He requested it. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Good morning, everyone, to our County Council meeting on Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. It is 9:30 a.m., and I am calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. And now, if you would please join me in a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, a true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you kindly do roll call?
Sure, and good morning, everyone. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster,
Present.
Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Councillor Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills, Councillor Hodnott,
Present.
Councillor Yon, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Warden Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson,
Here.
Councillor Proctor,
Here, here.
Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
EOTM DISO.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Ware.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. I have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of June 10th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by the member from Renfrew. Were there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, Council. Good morning, members of Council, staff, and those joining us today. Before we begin today's meeting, I would like to extend a sincere thank you to the sponsors, employees, volunteers, golfers, and Whitetail Golf Club for a very successful Warden's Golf Tournament. Thanks to your generosity and participation, the tournament raised more than $17,000 for the 10 food banks across Renfrew County. At a time when many families continue to face financial challenges and food insecurity, this contribution will make a meaningful difference in our communities. On behalf of County Council, thank you to everyone who made this event such a tremendous success. Everybody's impressed I got through that without crying, right? Yeah, I'm getting thumbs ups. I would also like to recognize county staff from Community Services who participated in events marking National Indigenous Peoples Day this past weekend. Their involvement reflects our ongoing commitment to learning, relationship building, and recognizing the cultures, histories, and contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples throughout the region and across Canada. As many of you know, the Silver Chain Challenge is underway. While Renfrew County is showing strong support, I understand we are still trailing our friends in Lanark County. We got to get on it, people. There is still time to help close the gap, and I encourage everyone who is able to support this friendly competition and the important cause it benefits. I'm proud to announce that 2 Renfrew County residents were Ontario Senior Achievement Award winners. Valerie Hinsberger has made wide-ranging contributions to Renfrew County and the Ottawa Valley. As co-owner of the Bonashir Caves, she has helped create a beloved attraction that educates thousands and provides meaningful local employment. Val has also dedicated herself to ensuring older adults have access to recreational opportunities that keep them healthy and connected, including coordinating summer and winter seniors games. She is also active in the Eganville and Area Horticultural Society, the Ottawa Valley Food Co-op, and supports cancer patients at the Rainbow Valley Health Center. Her commitment continues to uplift the community. And secondly, Andrea Levy is a dedicated member of the rural Metawachin Griffith community, helping residents stay active and connected. At 73, she leads 3 weekly exercise classes and shares practical health and nutrition guidance to support participants' well-being. She also serves as secretary of Metawachin Hall Board, coordinating community events such as the Christmas market, summer socials, Canada Day celebrations, and regular gatherings that bring residents together. Andrea maintains the Hall's free lending library, ensuring books are updated and accessible. Her efforts help locals stay fit, healthy, and socially engaged. Yesterday, I had the honor of attending the Renfrew County Paramedic Service Long Service and Exemplary Service Medal ceremony. It was a wonderful opportunity to recognize the paramedics whose years of dedication, professionalism, and compassionate care have made a lasting impact on our communities. Whether responding to emergencies, providing reassurance during difficult moments, or supporting residents when they need it most, our paramedics play a vital role in keeping Renfrew County safe and healthy. Congratulations to all of the recipients, and thank you for your outstanding service to our residents. Today, we're pleased to welcome MPP Billy Deneau as a delegation and a lunch guest. We appreciate him taking the time to meet with County Council, provide updates on provincial initiatives, and discuss matters of interest to our municipalities and residents. We value the opportunity for open dialogue and thank him for his attendance. He isn't here yet, but I understand he is coming. Before we move on, I would like to recognize my guide into County Council today, Lee Perkins, the Director of Operations, as this is his final County Council meeting before retirement. Lee has been a tremendous asset to Renfrew County, and while we will be acknowledging Lee's tenure and perhaps a few stories at the Operations Committee meeting later today, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank him for his years of service and wish him all the best as he trades county roads and bridges for Newfoundland shores. Congrats, Lee. I said to Lee the other day I was his first warden and now I'm his last warden. Finally, with the 2026 municipal election season approaching, I would encourage anyone considering public office to take the time to learn more about what it means to serve their community. Municipal government plays a direct role in the services and infrastructure that residents rely on every day. While serving on council requires commitment and dedication, it can also be incredibly rewarding and fulfilling. For those who are passionate about their community and interested in making a difference, I encourage you to consider putting your name forward. With Canada Day just around the corner, I encourage residents from across Renfrew County to take part in the many celebrations happening throughout our communities and to reflect on what makes our country such a great place to call home. Canada Day is an opportunity to come together, celebrate our shared values, and appreciate the vibrant communities that make Renfrew County special. As this is our final council meeting before the summer break, I would like to wish everyone a safe, relaxing, and enjoyable summer season. While council meetings will resume in August, county staff will continue their important work delivering services and advancing projects on behalf of our residents throughout the summer months. We continue to reinforce our why statement across the corporation to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here today of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session. Thank you, and it is a beautiful day to govern, so let's get on with the day, shall we? And now I'm going to turn this over to Chair Donahue to introduce our first delegation, please. Apologies, I was told you were doing it.
No,
I'll turn it over to CAO Craig.
In a pinch, I'm a master of or jack of all trades.
As was done last Friday, I'm buying a mulligan.
There you go. Fair enough. Sorry for that. It's absolutely my pleasure to welcome both Dr. Richard Johnson and Jema Watt from the OVOHT, the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team. If you recall, I'm sure they'll give a bit of a history, was established on or around October 2021, so now we're going on almost our 5th year anniversary, and was a great, and is still a great collaborative amongst about 50 or over 50 healthcare professionals, hospitals, and community organizations across the Valley who have been working on integrating what they do and what they work towards, and especially primary care attraction and engagement. So I am happy to welcome both Jema and Dr. Johnson.
Hello, is this working okay? Sounds like it is.
He's a pro.
Okay, good start so far. So thank you everyone for the exciting opportunity to be able to present to you today on one of my biggest leadership passions, which is certainly on primary care attachment. So we are aiming to connect every resident to team-based primary care. So I'm Dr. Richard Johnson, so family doc, based here in Pembroke, and I am the clinical lead of the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team. Jema Watt is our strategic implementation lead and helped greatly with the presentation and the work behind the scenes. I'd be remiss not to mention the co-chairs of our Ontario health team, Mike Nolan, who's here in the room, and Sabina Mersman. They're the usual ones that would give presentations like this, and I won't profess to be the excellent orators that they both are. And that was made immediately clear to me when I was back in grade 1. Emily Tan certainly gave an amazing speech on dreams that outpaced mine on a hockey player that day. So my life went down a different direction that day, but I'm hoping that the big leadership dream of mine to attach everybody to primary care makes up for that. Do I have to do something?
Speaking of going downhill.
Okay. I pressed it like 6 times. Okay, I have no conflicts of interest. Okay, so what is the vision? So we are very excited in the province of Ontario that vision has actually been articulated recently. So the vision of the province is to attach everybody to high-quality, team-based primary care. And what does this mean? They have spelled this out in the Primary Care Act. So this means that it's province-wide. So you are attached to a family physician or nurse practitioner or a team. That it's coordinated. So you're working with other team members and the social services sector. That is convenient. So you can actually access that care. That it's inclusive, so free from racism and discrimination. That you're empowered, so it's digitally connected. So on the back end, you don't have to continuously repeat your story and you can see your health information. And it's responsive. So the team-based care members are responsive based on what the actual communities need. And that we have quality care indicators that are both published at the provincial level and locally relevant. So you can see how our primary care system is performing. So it's a very exciting and solid vision for us to aim to move towards. They've given the Ontario Health team 2 massive deliverables as part of this vision. By 2029, we are to attach every resident in the Ottawa Valley to primary care. And the other one for this year, by June 20th of this year, we were told to attach everybody that was on the Healthcare Connect list as of January 1st, 2025. So that's a little bit of a complex target. So what this means is, by doing this by this date, we are now about 18 months behind. So that means people have waited now about 18 months. Before this time, we know people were waiting 5 to 10 years on Healthcare Connect in Renfrew County alone. And so by moving from that 5 to 10 years down to 18 months, it is monumental progress. So the province wanted this across the entire province. So those were our big targets to move forward this year. So a little bit of where we are right now. So what is the facts of primary care in Renfrew County right now? So we are right now 11 teams. The Ottawa Valley Ontario Health team, encompasses most of Renfrew County, but you notice Arnprior, is missing from that. They're part of Ottawa West Four Rivers. And they're using geographic as the markers, just like in school boards, for primary care attachment. So that means that when we talk about the number of patients for primary care in Ontario Health team, it's based on these postal codes delineated roughly by these borders that are there. And you can see the 11 teams that are there. We only have 2 family physicians that are part of fee-for-service practices in our region now. So that is a massive change from 10 and 15 years ago, where it was the majority was single shingle, small primary care practices. Now it's teams, where it's much easier to get the vision of the future state of primary care. How are we doing with unattached patients in Healthcare Connect? So in terms of the January 1st, 2025 wait list, the big monumental achievement is that we did accomplish this in Renfrew County with a whole 10 days to spare. This was not easy in Renfrew County. In 2023, out of all of the Ontario Health teams in the province, we had the 3rd highest percentage of unattachment. In 2025, we had the postal code with the single highest percentage of people on Healthcare Connect. And yet we were tasked with the same deliverable as every other Ontario Health team in the province, and we still met it. It would have been much more comfortable to meet this, say, 5 months from now, but our teams, performed and innovated, and we were able, to meet this. So I will be showing with the rest of the presentation kind of how we accomplished this to celebrate them. But we know the work is not done. There are still unattached patients. And so since January 1st, 2025, the Healthcare Connect list has continued to build. So right now, it is about 3,400 patients. There is also a huge number that aren't even on Healthcare Connect. So we estimate the total number of unattached to be about 12,000. Now, you have to take that number with a grain of salt. You can get provincial, numbers that are quite outdated, and so we have to go back about 9 months to get the most accurate figure on that. And that would assume that the provincial data fully tells our story, which for us it doesn't, because we have a lot of nurse practitioners that are direct rostering patients, and that is exciting, but that isn't counted in the provincial data in non-community health centers. So we have to take all these factors into account, along with what we have done, say, over the last 9 months, to try to give, a reasonable estimate at where that number could be. But with all that, with about 12,000 still unattached, we have only about 28% of those people are on Healthcare Connect. And that, to me, is the big, target that I'd like to see increase, that we go and find these people that are not on any sort of list. So what have we done? So team-based care expansion. So we've been very successful in Renfrew County in the past couple of years. In 2024, the Ancient Rivers Family Health Team in Renfrew was created and established. In 2025, the Ottawa Valley Primary Care Collaborative, which is a made-up acronym, which was a big proposal that represented 7 of those teams that we showed, and it was led by West Champlain, received $3.3 million from the province. We got that around September of this year, and to date with that funding, 92% of the staff have been hired, and we've attached 6,200 net new patients with that. So that means if you lost your family physician, through one of those team members, that actually counted against, us through that. So if you look at the total number of people we both net new attached and kept attached, it would be much higher than the 6,200. And then most recently, this year, the Algonquins and Pikwakanagan Indigenous Primary Care Organization was successful for just over $1 million, and they are just working through the implementation plan for that. What else have we done? So recruiting family physicians and nurse practitioners. We have recruited 16 since April of 2025, and that has a wide geographic distribution, across the county. The key strategies that have led to that, so the learner pipeline is a key one. So residents from the Pembroke Family Medicine Teaching Unit have historically established practice, in Renfrew County to a high degree. Since the program's inception in 2009, 80% have stayed local to Renfrew County when they graduate, and looking at where they are 5 years out, 60% of them are still local in Renfrew County. Now, our aim isn't to retain everybody that practices and comes through our training program, but 95% have ended up practicing rurally, and often in even smaller, more northern communities. So that is a key strategy that has led to success in the past year. The other one is the Practice Ready Ontario program. So this is a program that brings internationally practicing physicians that wouldn't be eligible for Ontario licensure without redoing their entirety of training. Well, the government's created a smoother pathway where they undergo supervised practice and are able to roster and attach patients. Well, we've recruited 10 of those to Renfrew County. And what this means is behind the scenes, there is 20 supervisors that are participating in that. That is a huge percentage of the primary care workforce that is participating in these various strategies. We have also been successful in recruiting nurse practitioners and benefit from having nurse practitioner and physician assistant students locally. We have more coming over the next year and a half. So just having the capacity, having a family physician and nurse practitioner able to build a roster, it can take up to 18 months to build up that full roster with what needs to happen. Building charts, getting to know somebody, starting to manage their health conditions. There's often a lot of those visits, especially when people have been unattached for so long. So we needed steps to speed up this process to meet both government targets and to meet our community need, because we know people being attached leads to better health outcomes. So some of the innovations that we've done, I'll talk about here. So using digital intake forms that people can fill out their health information in advance of the visit with the nurse practitioner and family physician, and inputting that by nursing staff, so that when you show up to that first visit, you can actually start managing some of the conditions and issues that people have instead of just doing data entry. The Pembroke Family Medicine Teaching Unit residents have created something called a meet and greet palooza. So this, historically, there's been things like PAP-a-paloozas, which is trying to create a party-like atmosphere to increase uptake for a cervical screening program. And it's been done by learners kind of across the country. Well, we created one for this intake visits. And so what residents are doing is on evenings and weekends, they've been giving up their time so that we can do these intake visits for patients that'll be rostered to nurse practitioners. And so that has allowed us to build those practices much, much faster. So we are talking about a nurse practitioner in our office that is at a roster of 75% filled within 4 months. Instead of the 18 months this may take via a standard model. VTAC, which with its continued innovation. So what they are doing is for the most complex patients on Healthcare Connect, they've created a VTAC supportive attachment program where they attach the patient to a single VTAC clinician so that they can start proactively managing their health, getting their preventions up to date, reviewing their meds. So not just calling for episodic care as something comes up, doing it proactively, and then building that chart. And so that when we are able to attach them to a local family physician or nurse practitioner, that chart can be forwarded to that new clinician. So it's not only improving care while people are waiting for that attachment, but also decreasing the burnout of that physician that is taking on people. Other things we're doing is aiming to use providers at full scope. So one example is, the Renfrew County District Health Unit has formed a partnership with the Pembroke Family Medicine Teaching Unit, where we are offloading well baby visits from family physicians and nurse practitioners, and the public health nurse is the one doing that locally at the same clinic. So they're working in the same clinic. Patients are self-selecting into this. And then if there's an issue that requires an MD or NP at that, well, they can just go down the hall, find them, they can send a message behind the scene, and so the care remains within that team at that setting people are comfortable in. As I mentioned before, we have nurse practitioners that are direct rostering, patients. This is done to a very high degree. Community health centers, have been doing this for a very long period of time, but we have many family health teams across the county that are using this model. And so I wanted to recognize the huge amount of work that has made this possible. So we were talking about leadership amongst all 11 of those teams. We were talking about support from the Ontario Health Team, funding from the province, VTAC and its innovations, the Pembroke Family Medicine Teaching Unit and its residents, and honestly, the bold provincial vision on this, which was backed by very real funding in this case. And so I wanted to end with some things that I do think that counselors could be doing right now. And the biggest one to me is this percentage of people that are on Healthcare Connect. It's only 28%. We need to find these people that are unattached. And often this is not going to be easy to find the vulnerable that aren't on a list. And this is where I do think that any time somebody is reaching out to an organization, if we all know that the Healthcare Connect exists, then we can help direct them to going on to this list. And so what we're going to do after, if you all agree, is we can send some background reading for your offices that can kind of walk through the steps so that when people call frustrated, they don't know where to turn, they don't have local care, well, now there's an answer you can give, which is you can register on Healthcare Connect, and this is how you do it. And so perhaps I'll end there, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Yeah. And I'm going to say anything that ends in Palooza is going to be more fun. I'll open it up to questions. Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Johnson. Very pleased to get an update. Of course, in your parlance, this has been a chronic issue. A couple of questions by your leave, Madam Ward. The first is, so the estimate, as you are, I am flabbergasted at the small percentage of folks that are with Healthcare Connect. As we've been going down this path for quite a number of years, it has been so much uncertainty surrounding how many are unattached. Not that long ago, as we were here at the county really leaning in towards the establishment and funding of VTAC, we were using a number north of 25,000 total unattached. So I'm kind of curious, the first question is, so the estimate of 12,000, including the 28% that are on Healthcare Connect, where is that derived?
Yeah, so the most accurate number we can get from the province is based on June 30th, 2025, and at that time it was 18,000. And you got to keep in mind, this no longer includes Arn Prior. So this is specifically, so that's one thing that'll alter these numbers to some degree. And so then we got to take that number from that date, we got to alter this nurse practitioner direct attachment. And believe me, we've escalated to the province that we want a pathway that this nurse practitioner amount can count, because it's a very unique Renfrew County that we've pushed the nurse practitioner model, with direct attachment so high that it's such a high percentage of our numbers that it makes a huge meaningful difference to that, and then what we've done from then. So that it's those calculations that we use from that. I wish that we could, have it published by the province. It could be up to date to the minute and give you exactly what you seek, which is what that number is. But to me, the number on Healthcare Connect, that's a very real number, and we got to collectively go out and build that number so that we aren't missing people.
Thank you, and I've never had a great deal of confidence in the number that the province has. We were very fortunate as we were standing up VTAC that our then warden was also the recruiter for Pembroke Regional Hospital, so there was pretty good insight into what was going on. The second question in connection with this, and I would first, I guess, congratulations. I mean, this is making an enormous leap. Which then gives me to think, why did it take so long to be able to so quickly make a change? However, in the previous governance of health in the province through the LINs, and when they were having their KPIs, quarterly reports, I think, there were two kind of factors. Do you have a family doctor? And the second one was, or access to a primary care physician, I apologize. But the second question was, how, can't remember precisely, but what is the likelihood that you can get an appointment within 72 hours? Mm-hmm. And there were two components of access. There was having a primary care provider, and then is what is your access? So on that second one, how are we doing on that one?
Yeah, and unclear is the honest answer. There is key accountabilities that the province is putting to many of the teams, but it's not standardized. It is different for a community health center. It is different for a blended salary family health team, and it's different for a FO, which is the group that I'm part of. And I'm still unsure, telling you right now, that I'm not sure what the accountabilities are for the organizations that are not my own. For mine, I can tell you that at the group level, I, as the lead of my group, am accountable for every clinicians in my office to ensure people can get same day, next day care for all medically necessary conditions. That doesn't mean every visit will be same day, next day. That is not possible, but it's for medically necessary. And that's at the group level. So it's not at the individual clinician level. So they have raised that accountability bar to having a leader that is accountable to Ontario Health on that. That to me is part of them recognizing the vision that they're putting forward, that they want to move access to be there. As part of the work, over the next year, we've done so much on the attachment piece. Now we got to add in the access piece and get clarity on how we are doing on that. So I fully agree with you.
Thank you. The other indicator was, okay, you might have a family doc, but they could be 200 kilometers away. That was the other sort of confusion about whether or not you were actually attached. I'll take one more, but I do other. I've got a lot in the waiting room.
I appreciate that. Some years ago, I remember saying the distinction is that I have access to a Ferrari dealer, but do I really have access to a Ferrari? They are two distinct things of having a primary care provider, but if there is a delay, and unfortunately, even as you're describing the different scenarios that apply to the different entity, shall we say, almost is reinforcing for me that your postal code, rather your genetic code, is having more to do with your health. I understand that we're moving in the right direction, but it seems like there is still a pretty steep hill to climb to making these primary care providers accessible.
I fully agree. So it's not just attaching people, it is also providing access, and part of our recruitment needs to make up for the fact that we are not providing enough access consistently right now.
Thank you for that. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. And first off, I just want to recognize the work that's been done. I know the task is still huge. It's still monumental. We haven't been successful. But to have achieved this in 18 months, to have recruited 17, was that the number that was on the slide earlier? 16? That's incredible. And I just want to recognize that came out of the initiative of the leaders we have providing primary care in the community. So first, I wanted to recognize that. The second thing, I just wanted to build on to what Dr. Johnson spoke to about what we can do as counselors individually. I know in Whitewater, since the news release has come out, we have already attached like 3 or 4 people onto the Healthcare Connect list because they call me and say, I've been waiting for 6 years. And
Thank you.
you know, and I say, yep, are you on the list? What list? Here's the phone number. Call this number and get on the list. So we have a role to play. My question is to the county staff, specifically Director of Community Services and our paramedic chief, but we have seen an increasing number of residents trying to access the community services supports that we provide, whether that's HPP, that's Ontario Works, all of the different supports that we provide. And some of these residents are residents with complex health needs. They have no primary care provider. Is there a way that we can help facilitate those people when they access our services to ensure that they are aware of and encouraged to get on the Healthcare Connect list? Can we do that for every single client that calls RCBTAC? Are we ensuring that they are also on the Healthcare Connect list so that we're trying to make sure that we capture this 28%? So I don't know if Director of Community Services might want to comment.
And perhaps you should find the chief later on and talk to him about VTAC. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Warden Murphy, and through you to Council. I think it's an excellent point that has been raised by Councillor Nicholson and Dr. Johnson. I had a brief conversation ahead of the meeting. We do not have the data on hand, but I can definitely, state with pretty strong confidence that anecdotally, at least 50% of the individuals that we are working with are not attached to primary care. And I know that this is, a significant challenge for us, particularly as we're supporting people with not only accessing care, but accessing support to be able to apply for additional benefits and not having, we have to use discretionary benefits to pay for, psychologists and others that can complete medical paperwork. So certainly we can make a conscious effort in my department to ensure that people, staff are helping and assisting and supporting people to get on the Healthcare Connect list so that is one step closer to helping them get the care that they need.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thanks, Warden. The only other comment I'll make more to Dr. Johnson, 3.3 million cost us 3.3 million, us, the province, to attach 6,400. You're saying there's at least double that unattached. So I'm seeing a need of $7 million to be invested in primary care. Just extrapolating that correlation. Is that, do we know that? Are we in need of $7 million at least at this point in time?
Yeah, and so we can't be so clear as 3.3 did 6,200. So with that 3.3, our accountability is to attach just over 10,000 patients with it. To date, we've done 6,200 of that. So we still have work to do. But even with, if we said 3.3 million was 10,000 patients is what the province was expecting from that, it's not as clear cut as that. Not all family physician fees are included in that amount. The only ones that would be as part of that 3.3 is if it's a salary-based model. But for models like mine, we are paid and funded separately. It wouldn't be included in that 3.3. So we'd have to use a completely different calculation to get what would be the total cost to attach the remaining amount. Our hope, big picture, is that we're given the opportunity to put another primary care team-based proposal in, hopefully this fall, but that's at the province's kind of whim if they're going to go through another round. But we are going to prep this summer, hoping that we can put another big proposal in to get team-based care for these providers, and then salary-based spots where we need them across the county.
I have a home for that in Eganville, by the way. Member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for your presentation today. The work has been great so far, but you've got a lot ahead of you. And one of the things I'd just like to touch upon is, and it was touched upon earlier, is yes, we have some people who are attached to doctors, but their doctors may be from where they move from. They could be miles and miles away, but they're still listed as having a doctor there. So we have people like that. I know of one person who went to get on this list and was told that they had a family doctor. And when they researched it back, it was actually the doctor that gave birth to them, who they were registered with. So they hadn't been to a doctor since then. But how do we capture, or are you able to capture people that are on the list that have maybe not been to their doctors? Like, is there some sort of an alarm or twig saying, hey, this person hasn't gone to a doctor since 1996 or 92? Is it just too big of a scope to capture that?
Yeah. So the details that Healthcare Connect collects when people register is health conditions, and then anything people put in writing. But it wouldn't be standardized to the detail how long they have not seen somebody there. For the people that have a physician or nurse practitioner that isn't local, that are looking for somebody local, they can absolutely register now on Healthcare Connect. So that problem is resolved. So that's one way. Big picture, how many do we have locally amongst family physicians and nurse practitioners that are actually in a different region versus how many are in a different region with the opposite problem? They may balance each other out, and we know that we have to provide care more locally to people. That's the whole government plan here of moving it like a school system, that over time we can be much faster to attach everybody locally to where they end up moving to. That is the vision.
Thank you. Member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on all the work you've done to this point. And we're very fortunate. We have Rainbow Valley, of course, in Killaloe, which is booming. Is there a statistic that shows anything in regards to age of the people?
Like on Healthcare Connect? Yeah, we are able to pull it on the back end based on ages. Yeah.
Are you surprised by the category of older versus young, etc.? Or is it what you anticipated?
I mean, anytime I see that there is a high number of elderly and people with complex conditions or equity-deserving groups that are unattached, to me, it's a clear sign that we are not doing our job and haven't done our job. And, big picture to some of the commentary, here is we got very behind the 8 ball in primary care attachment and working on this project. And now we are digging ourselves out, but we got to collectively, make sure that we keep the momentum up. One, to make sure that we are accomplishing the vision that the province has set out, but to not allow this to get into this state again.
Thank you. Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for your update, and thanks and congratulations to all the work you've done attracting physicians and attaching patients to primary care. And thanks for answering the question of Councillor Weir about can you sign up on the Healthcare Connect list even though you're already attached to a physician. So there are a lot of transitional people in the area because of Garrison Petawawa who are moving here who have a physician in Halifax, Vancouver, Winnipeg. It's great to see that they've changed that rule and allowed them to get on that list even though they're attached. The question I have in terms of getting these people that were missing attached, does your team coordinate with PMFRC or anybody in the garrison, all these people that are new coming into our community, to let them know that Healthcare Connect is somewhere that they can enroll and attach to a physician?
So our aim, and today's presentation is part of that, is, one, that we've, set this as a target. We want to identify these people that are not on the list, and we know that we have to work with a multitude of partners, both within the healthcare system and outside of it, to find people. So we're putting a strategy together on, who those agencies are and how we can deliver consistent, easy, messaging to them.
Thanks. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is very reassuring, I think, for the public. One of the struggles I think we're going to have is we as the community, because you're asking us to get involved. One of the struggles I know when I talk to people is their list fatigue You know, I'm on lists for everything, and I've got a way to, well, and I'm just not going to join another, and they use a 4-letter word list. So I'm wondering, and it looks like with 12,000 unattached, that means there's going to likely be recruitment of 6 or 10 more doctors. So I'm wondering if when you have the new docs in, because as soon as you get an announcement there's a new doc in, I get calls of, oh, how can I get on their list? You must know somebody I can get in and see this doctor through. And so is it possible to, if I throw on a barbecue, that 3 new docs sit in a room and people come walking in, and at the same time we sign them up to Healthcare Connect on this side and they meet the doc on the other side, or you come and do a presentation, because people aren't going to call them, they love to call the municipal office, tell us that their recycling is not on time, but they're not going to, for the most part, listen to us when we tell them you have to call 1-800 sign up for a doctor and spend 15 minutes on the thing. And that's not a criticism of you. I'm just suggesting that it's going to be a bigger problem to capture the list fatigue, because what I hear is, why would I get a doctor? VTAC works really well for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't have to puddle around. So, I really appreciate what you've brought us. I think this is a significant and improvement, and congratulations. Like, it's a monumental task. This last 12,000, I think, is going to be really tricky.
Absolutely. And we're proud to already work very well with, VTAC, and they do ask everybody, when they're calling, are you on Healthcare Connect? So we have, closed that loop there. I agree. Once you're at higher levels, you've attached a higher percentage of the population, people are getting, more access, they're getting care where they want. To find those remaining individuals, different strategies will need to be employed, including alternative, models. But right now, we have still such a big number that are unattached, that are still on Healthcare Connect, that to me and to the province, like, it is such a better way from an equity perspective to make sure that we are down to one list instead of trying to create all these lists, all these confusing, other pathways. We are focused on equity to make sure that we are not missing people, knowing that it's not going to work for everybody. So Mennonites is one, example where they can't register for this list. We've also identified, people that have no fixed address can't register on Healthcare Connect. So we are, the Mennonites, the Ancient Rivers Family Health Team is now collecting a separate list for them. So any Mennonite is able to stop in their office in person, they can call them, and that's a separate list we know. And we are working on how we are going to solve the no fixed address and how you register. Eventually, we may need to move to other strategies to identify and attach the remaining percentage of people that don't want to do any list. But for right now, I would really hope that we can focus on the Healthcare Connect list and the equity that it brings.
Supplementary, and then I've got North Elgin Wilberforce, and then we're going to wrap up. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, and this was so interesting, and I know everybody in the room is excited, so go ahead.
Thank you. I want to compliment you on the partnership or the service sharing arrangement that you have with the health unit for public health nurses to go visit in the home. I think I've always wondered why there were no constructive partnerships like that. Can you give us a sense of what other partnerships with existing service providers to cut duplication that you're pursuing or would consider in the future?
Yeah, and I think what we aim to do, hopefully if we're given another chance with the team-based care proposal, is look at gaps in Renfrew County amongst all the teams. So we do have a fair amount of teams that we articulated, through that, but that doesn't mean that we, have programs that exist optimally for everything. Chronic pain would be an example that, would be a gap that kind of remains, that, no team is really doing an allied health team care model. So I'd look at that and how a partnership could be created to that. Again, talking about community and social services, how can we co-locate more within our primary care, team-based care settings with partnerships from that? And we haven't done enough work in that area. It's part of the provincial vision, and that was part of our chat, earlier at the beginning, of this, is how can we start to have a discussion to look at that? So I identified the health unit, as one that we're pretty, excited about. Again, I think anytime VTAC is a strong partner in all of this as well. And I'd be open to any other ideas that others, have, especially in the community support services sector, where, we could find quick wins and make it more convenient from people.
Fabulous. Member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Johnson. So, two very quick questions. One is I applaud your success in attracting the number of nurse practitioners that's now forming part of your team. I'm just curious, are they strictly salary-based, or has the province been moving towards providing them the ability to charge for a fee for service? Yep. And secondly, the number of patients that are being rostered, are they strictly being rostered with new doctors, or is it also are they being assigned to some of the existing doctors, which increases their numbers, which again may present a challenge when it comes to accessing timely care?
Yeah. So right now, the province has only a salary-based model for publicly funded nurse practitioners. So they're part of teams. You're applying for new funding through these team-based care expansion proposals, and that's how they are working. That is a provincial choice there. And then the second question, sorry, just.
He was so efficient.
I know.
Just the rostering of patients.
Oh, right, yeah. So our strategy to manage the 5,400 patients that were on our Jan 1st, 2025 list and get that down to 0 was not to blast it out to every provider in the county and say, please help us, with the concern about access, that me and the other leaders have. We wanted that majority to go to new clinicians, to not worsen our problem. And that is what we've done. Doesn't mean a small percentage weren't going to some, but that was the strategy.
Thank you so much. And everybody, I think, in the room sends their congratulations. A lot of us, when we started this gig, we heard that 30,000 number. And when I saw Sabine at the Garrison and she said, oh, now all of Barry's Bay is rostered, and now this, it's very exciting news for our area. So thank you, Dr. Johnson. Always lovely to see you.
Thank you.
I hope I got this one right. Mr. Davis, would you like to introduce our next? Chair Donahue, would you like to introduce the next delegate?
Thank you, Warden, and I'm pleased to introduce both Jennifer Dolman and Lynn Cleland of our Renfrew County Agricultural Economic Development Committee, and they'll provide an update on some of the activities moving forward within this committee and some of the challenges the sector is facing as we move forward. So thank you very much, Warden.
Thank you very much for having us here today. So I think this is your first time, Lynn, presenting, eh? Oh, not? Okay, that's great then. So you've got some veterans up here. Thank you very much for taking time today to receive us. What a great lineup you have today. I wish I'd been able to see more of the first presentation because it's so important. I did want to do a shout out to another one of our committee members, and that's John Epp. He is a representative from the Woodlot Association. He's here today showing solidarity for us.
And one of my counselors.
Wonderful. So this slide deck is going to seem very familiar to a lot of you because it's very similar to the ones we've sent in the past, and that was done intentionally. I'm going to stay fairly high level going through a lot of the slide deck. I didn't include a lot of notes this year. Honestly, the notes from last year are still relevant because in agriculture, we plan generationally. A lot of these issues are systemic, and they're things we're working on, and we'll talk today on some of the touch points on how things have changed from year to year. So who we are. So what this committee is we provide guidance and feedback on the state of the agricultural sector in Renfrew County and to the County of Renfrew Development and Property Committee. Great people to work with, really appreciate having the ability to leverage these resources to really, build up capacity. As you all know, Renfrew County is massive. And farms are very diverse and very spread out. So we don't necessarily have the same critical mass that like Perth County would have or Middlesex County would have to be able to tackle issues. We help with recommending and assisting with possible initiatives in support of agricultural, economic, and business development that can be undertaken by the county through the division. And then we also help with processing annual funding. A lot of the time, the people that are on the committee are people who don't have time to be on the committee, which I think is the state for a lot of us. Those of us, you want to get something done, you ask a busy person. Because of that, we need to make sure that we keep improving the processes here so that those touch points are valid and we're able to move forward and actually make things happen. So the census, a lot of you filled yours out this spring. Farmers love that we get to do ours in spring planting. But we all recognize how important this is. So a lot of this data is from 2021. It may as well have been 100 years ago, sometimes it seems. But some of the highlights I really want to make sure you remember. 20% of us sell directly to the consumer through community-supported agriculture and farm gate or pick your own stands. Things like Ottawa Valley Co-op and Ottawa Valley Mrs. Grocery and local shops that carry local products. They're invaluable members of the local food chain. Without them, we would be much more challenging to get our local products to our local consumers. That being said, a lot of the products we grow are still exported as raw commodities because, again, that local infrastructure, that local capacity, and we've talked about a lot of those things. The other thing is the statistic, 297 acres is the average size farm. And that's where knowing statistics matter. We have very few 300-acre farms. We either have macro farms, so very large, or micro farms. And there's even farms that produce a very large part of food that don't even qualify as farms because they're still less than $7,000 per year, but they still do a great job helping support our food system. And we have 1,000 farms. A lot of places see that dropping, but again, the diversity of Renfrew County allows farms to come in many shapes and forms. So the primary farm cash receipts from our area continue to be grain and oilseeds, dairy, and cattle. I'm really hoping with cattle prices the way they are, when we see this new one come out, that will all be beating us grain and oilseed folks out, because that shows that we're actually seeing some real improvement in the county in terms of that. BSC seems like a million years ago, but really it's something that's still affecting a lot of families, and they're just recovering from that now. And then again, those small farms, a lot of them are less than $100,000 in revenue. So almost all of us, even those of us that are over $1 million in revenue, still have off-farm income to make sure groceries get covered and to help bear some of that risk. So it kind of shows the way the system is built is that there is a lot riding, there's a lot of risk, and so we have to mitigate that. So the ability, again, to serve on volunteer committees and to do a lot of other things does become limited. And I'm going to have Lynn step in.
Good morning. So, Renfrew County, that's a good idea. Renfrew County 4-H organizes countless opportunities for more than 150 of our rural and urban youth in the county, using tasks, using projects where they learn to do by doing. In 25-26, Renfrew County 4-H Association, we have clubs ranging from Clover Buds, which start from ages 6 to 8, things like STEM, which of course is science, technology, engineering, and math, Lego, all sorts of food clubs. And I guess my particular passion for food clubs is as a retired home ec teacher in the education system, where life skills basically don't exist anymore. 4-H does provide an opportunity for those kinds of skills to be developed. Marketing, Rabbit Club, watch for Facebook, things like that, because right now the Rabbit Club has they do an entertainment factor. They have rabbits who go through a maze kind of thing, which is just incredible to watch after the kids have trained them. Discovery Days, which is for junior members, a judging night so that kids can develop their skills for selecting something and then giving reasons to back it up. Sheep and dairy and beef and horse, sort of the usual agricultural clubs which are going full tilt right now. 4-H Ontario requires that we have a key contact or a liaison, which requires many, many volunteer hours. And the grant that you provide to 4-H helps to have that happen, has a liaison in place. This was the first time that District 9 sheep producers have hosted a bus tour, enabling sheep producers from Renfrew County to join together to visit 2 large sheep operations in neighboring counties and learn from their experiences in things like pasture management, guardian and herding dog management, parasite control, and much more. One of the things that's not mentioned here, and it's a very small part of the grant that is given out in Renfrew County, and that is to the Women's Institutes organizations. We have about 100 members of the Women's Institutes in both Renfrew North and Renfrew South districts. And one of the things that that grant helped to do at the end of May was for the Renfrew South District Women's Institutes to have a food waste prevention workshop where there were all sorts of different concepts from your recipes to what you have in there, how do you store stuff in your fridge so you don't lose it for 2 months, and organizations like at Renfrew Collegiate, where the kids have an environmental club which is working on this, to a link to a composter organization in British Columbia, where you can put your little composter right on your countertop, and at the end of each day you end up with like a half cup of coffee ground like material, and that's all that's left of all of the stuff that you put in there. While our strategic plan is not 100% final, we knew from the replies on surveys that we sent out that one of the action plan's items could not wait, and that was the reboot of the Renfrew County Agricultural Economic Development newsletter that went out years ago. And for a couple of years, it wasn't sent out anymore because of all sorts of reasons. But the wonderful staff here at the county and the volunteer efforts from our committee published the first edition in April, the second one in May, and the third is getting ready to go out in the next week or so. I guess one of our problems is getting the people out in the county that realize that this is back on to send their information in so that it can then be distributed throughout the county. We have about 170 emails. This is only being done digitally, so we have about 170 email addresses now where the newsletter is being sent out to. And if you would like to be on the mailing list, then you should contact the county staff member, Scott Hamilton, here at the office, and he will get you put on the list. This year, we also continued to support the Renfrew Woodlot Day, workshops on regenerative agriculture through the National Farmers Union, Renfrew County, and succession planning and farm safety workshops throughout the Renfrew County Federation of Agriculture. And to show, I guess, how this information is needed for the succession workshop planning, they had to turn people away, and they've had people that have started because they felt comfortable after attending this workshop and knowing what was involved, and maybe there wasn't quite as much paperwork as they thought there was going to be. We don't like paperwork much. These people have started a process of succession planning, which certainly makes life much easier in the whole rural events. Back to you. Back to you.
So the only, nothing has really changed on this slide. I'll just highlight a few different things that are really focusing now. Global conflict. Holy smokes, buckle up. If you always think that, you've got things worse, then suddenly you learn more about the Strait of Hormuz. And I don't think any of you actually realize how much that's going to affect next year. The cost of food, very much near and dear to Canadians, especially here in the county. It really does focus on the necessity of off-farm jobs, because we're feeling the pinch too, and this ties very much into food security. So those are really some of the really big focus ones for right now. Thankfully, we were spared the extreme weather that a lot of the other region had, and Renfrew County survived mostly last year's drought with good resilience and good planning. The main reason for touching base with you today is for stakeholder engagement. And again, we really want to appreciate the ability to come together and talk with you about this, because building relationships with stakeholders is really the big difference. Emails get missed. Things are complex. I don't speak bylaw. So sometimes just having a face-to-face conversation or knowing people or knowing where to ask, and these connections really do tie in. There is a push, just so you all know, within the agricultural community to try to encourage people who are farmers to serve in the election. I know some of you are farmers and some of you sit with farmers on the board. So we'll see how many are able to put their hats in the ring this year, but it is nice to see that moving forward. And then again, tying back into the strategic plan, that's another reason why we're not launching it today, is we're ready. Whenever we have it fully ready to go, we're going to be launching it in front of the new council, so that we can make sure we're planning with a long landing pad. Thank you, many of you are familiar faces. We had a great day last fall touring Enright Dairy Farms, my farm, and we had people from the beef, we had people from sheep, we had 4-H moving forward to be with us, and then finishing up at Bonnenberg's Mapleside Bush. So stakeholder engagement is really the biggest takeaways that people had said was the ability to find opportunities for problem solving. The candid conversation about guardian dogs, wow, that was not on my bingo card that day, but we made so much progress. And that's the key, is those touch points, right? Candid conversations, and did we get it right? You know, being able to have things when it comes to maybe friction points in the past. How can we keep improving? Common ground for issues like infrastructure investment. The goal this fall is for us to find out more about how to engage in the election process. So if any of you do have feedback, if we're obviously too small to do all, candidate nights like we do for provincial and federal, but if you have suggestions on how the agriculture community can better ask questions, we're all ears, send them our way, to help make sure that we're picking the right candidates. And then success stories. Personally, I was involved in this one and I feel incredibly grateful. Inform stakeholders make a big difference. I don't envy your job. You have a lot of people that come to you with a lot of problems and they don't really understand all that they are asking for. By having lots of lead time on knowing that our bylaws in Admast and Brumley were changing, I had totally missed it. I had a councillor actually phone me and say, hey, you need to get your poop together and get this done. And so I reached out with the Ontario Beekeepers Association, reached out with the OFA, touched base with other beekeepers. At this point, we had done good feedback within the county. And Admast and Brumley is a very, very rural municipality. So it's different than a lot of the ones for those of you at the table. So we presented a bylaw that prioritized animal husbandry and the use of natural features to have a direct impact on reducing problems with neighbors without limiting economic development and supports for agriculture. And I recognize a lot of today is about risk avoidance, but we also have people at the back of the room whose job is economic growth. So we need to make sure that when we're making decisions, we're not driving with our foot on the gas and the brake pedal at the same time. We had proposed a bylaw that had no limitations on hive size because we've had commercial beekeepers on very small parcels of land because bees don't abide by fences. You have to have them in zones. Once limits are in place, especially if those limits are put in place without an economic without actually economic boundaries, if you put a limit in place, how does someone ask for that movement to be changed? Are there no complaints because the number is correct, or are there no complaints because the number is too small? And so our argument was, for a rural area, try it without any numbers, and they did pass that, although I don't think the county planters were very impressed with that. So just putting that forward, is stakeholder engagement needs to be stakeholder engagement and not just lip service. So we'll see. This is a pilot project. You may be like, that was the worst idea ever. We'll see. I'm out of time. I just want to make sure that I touch base on the Alto project. Farmers very much understand that Canada needs infrastructure investment, and it sounds like there may be some potential changes, but no matter where we are, we do need to make sure farmers plan generationally. Like, we're planning 30 years ahead, especially because the darn bank loans and the darn buildings and, paying for the farms take that much. So when we don't actually know where these corridors are going to be cutting arteries, specifically ones when it comes to, like, a lot of our fertilizer, a lot of our products have to go down that way. We don't have a port here, right? So all of these things, even though it seems far away, it can have really big impacts, not only on our businesses, but the businesses that serve us. So just want to make sure that consultation happens. And opportunities and the National Food Strategy. Am I okay to talk about that? Okay, I'm sorry, we're a little over. So I'm hoping some of you are at least somewhat aware of this. This is very exciting. So Renfrew County can be very well positioned to take advantage of some of these programs and benefits through the new strategy. So there's 4 objectives. One is spurring grocery store competitions and creating more choice, which includes $1 billion in food infrastructure to build new and expanded food terminals and hubs. We're too rural for a hub, but maybe we're going to get something a little closer than Toronto. Boosting domestic food production across Canada, so a $1 billion agri-food project finance fund from Farm Credit Canada to provide seed capital financing for businesses to expand food processing capacity. So farmers have a hard time getting credit or getting capital. It's almost impossible for people who are food processors. Like Rikes is perceived by the bank as the same risk as a restaurant. How many abattoirs actually go under? Right? Because there's too many that need to be looked after. So they don't have access. They have to use their own home as their security, which many businesses do, but again, not the ability to expand. Establishing a $150 million food security fund to help small and medium-sized businesses upgrade their equipment to grow, produce, and process more food in Canada. This is where, even if it's not in our county, we can support ones close by. That's where your Warden's Caucus might be a good fit. Yeah, yes, exactly. And growing fruits and vegetables year-round. So this is a good one, $750 million to drastically expand year-round Canadian production of fruits and vegetables, including greenhouses, vertical farms, or other enclosed growing spaces. That's really funny because that $750 million won't go far. So we can still do that here in Renfrew, but that will be more strategic. Just a lot of people are excited about that one, but it really won't go far. Cutting red tape across the agricultural supply chain. There is work being done to help provincial abattoirs move to federal level. There are abilities to help with licensing regarding hopefully things like hemp, feed, fertilizer, and actually being able to move things across the province and have things registered easier. And then the last one is just good news stories. A few years ago, many of you participated in a fundraiser for Gould's. A lot of you were there that day when they launched. So, modernizing and investing in our operations is something businesses in Renfrew County have been doing for a long time, and we continue to do so. And then there's other ones like McLeod's on Mixburg Road are nearing completion of a new dairy barn, and there's recent construction of a new chicken barn near Beachburg. So we're excited to be moving forward and helping provide safe, quality, affordable food to Renfrew County. Thank you.
That was a lot to fit in your time. No, that's okay. And you did have the photo of my favorite part of that day, me feeding the calf.
Oh, that must have been a coincidence.
I'll open it up for comments, questions. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. And first of all, I just wanted to say I appreciate the fact that we have the Ag Committee coming back to Council, at least on an annual basis. This is good to keep it in the forefront from a strategic long-term perspective. I am looking forward to the strategic plan, and I recognize now it's not coming until the next term of Council, and that's good. I appreciate you want the 4-year opportunity to influence it. It'll be interesting. A strategic plan is, I think, what we need for Ag.
And the timing is hopefully a cusp between the two censuses because they are so far apart and change happens so much. We're really hoping it will provide enough data to kind of help us have more of a trajectory of where trends are going.
Perfect. And the other comment I'll make is just on the examples that you provided, Jen, about Gould's Dairy Farm, the chicken farm in Beachburg, like millions and millions of dollars. These multi-million-dollar buildings are being invested in by our farming community, and it speaks to the importance that agriculture has on the GDP. And although we may not feel that locally, we ship a lot of raw product away where it gets processed and sold in grocery stores, but we are producing that, and it's important for us to recognize just how strategically important it is. So, thank you.
Well, thank you. And one other thing, too, is we see the dairy barn, but we don't necessarily recognize the local concrete facilities that help build that, the steel, the high-quality personnel. So McLaren Works were the people who built that barn. So, they've taken on electricians. They've got apprentices now for that because they couldn't get enough, so they're creating the ability to have that. They're now sending, college kids who would have left to go work in construction or beyond, they're now sending them to Madison, Wisconsin to learn how to be a technician to service these robots. It's pretty exciting. I also teach at Algonquin's agribusiness program in Ottawa, and I have a list of kids that I'm strategically picking for local businesses, so we can either try to retain them or even attract them. So it's exciting when you see exciting things happen, as it attracts wealth, it attracts growth.
Awesome. Anything further? Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this. Always informative. Just a one of the outreach that you may want to make in the future is to some of the urban communities. First of all, about the importance of agriculture and just the impact of the off-farm jobs that are, that the monies from agriculture. You mentioned electricians, steel, that type of thing. Is there a thought to establishing agricultural routes? Because sometimes in the summer, I know in Renfrew, there'll be maybe a sprayer on a Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock going down Main Street when all of the...
Most farmers hopefully try to avoid that, but there needs to be potentially some teeth in that.
It may not happen all the time. And then at other times, maybe a large tractor with 2 wagons on the back with hay bales. So I think if there's the possibility to meet to talk about agriculture routes that might be beneficial to agriculture, but also to the community, because I can't imagine it's the most calm existence going down Raglan Street at 3 o'clock on a Friday in July with something. I think they'd probably prefer to go somewhere else. So if we can work with those kinds of things, I think that would really go a long way.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be a little bit higher than I am because, again, we had to pick up the combine at Delta in Renfrew, so we did it at 4 a.m. So that way, if we did have a breakdown, we weren't on the way too long till a place opened, but we weren't in people's way. Some farmers are just like any other people. We come in a full diversity of personalities. But at the same time, there's safety concerns with picking your times. So definitely something that within the agriculture community, we can touch base on that. Bypasses like that make a lot of sense. We have other community members like Mennonites. Even I can't imagine taking a truck through Renfrew. Oh, that poor trucking route, those truckers. So long-term lens, yes, especially as 17 is being expanded, we need to, we should be looking at this. Like one thing, for example, we used to have a back road we can't go to now because the trees aren't maintained above the road. And like when it comes to the township, I can call it township. When it comes to the county, I can call it county. And sometimes that works. Sometimes you don't realize until you're there that there's a problem. So that is some of the stuff that I think, again, this long-term strategical lens, like would we be wanting to have agriculture representatives on some type of roads planning? I'm just not too sure because for farmers, the problem is we feed all the little fields around that. And there's only so many main arteries we go through, but even having signage to warn people, but again, if we have an alternative, I think we'd all appreciate that. So it's a great point. Thank you.
Yeah, not a criticism, just a look forward.
I'm not sure how to solve it, but I think it's a great one.
They'll all be driving past his house on Opyonga Road.
My neighbors informed me that already happens. I had never noticed it.
They're just happy to be slowed down so the cops can't get them because they're speeding on their way to the golf tournament.
Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, and through you, Warden, thank you for your presentation. And on the screen right now, we have the National Food Security Strategy. I'm wondering, is there any part in that national strategy that communal gardens, working with social groups to have communal gardens? I know where I grew up in Scarborough, every hydro line had community gardens, vegetable gardens underneath it. They took advantage. Now, the rock that we have here doesn't always sit well with that, but I'm just wondering, is there any strategy to work with communal gardens to teach people?
I believe yes. The one thing I just want to help differentiate though, and this is like as we look across the full spectrum, because it does take a lot of people to bring food from the field to the table. So as a farmer, I only get paid when I ship corn or honey or wheat. So my volunteer work, that takes away from the farm. So if we're going to teach people how to grow food, ideally you could have a private business that teaches workshops, or you can have municipalities that will ask someone who is already a market gardener to teach their experience. But to have people go above and beyond as well to help fill all of this in is not necessarily within our capacity, even just like farmer awareness. I used to love doing farmer awareness. I did events. I can't get staff on Saturday, so I don't go to events because my combine needs to run. I think 100% this is an absolute need, and there's definitely people within the agriculture community that can support that, but we don't necessarily have capacity to start from scratch.
Supplementary.
Thank you. Through you, Warden. My mind was actually going towards 4-H time. Working with the 4-H groups to maybe help out or maybe start or just educate some people on how to do a community gardening. But I'll leave that with you. Thanks.
Oh, no, 100%. And we do actually have gardening clubs. You hear pizza club, but just for you to know, pizza club meant that they went everywhere from they had to grow all the ingredients. And they went all the way through to how to harvest it, and then now they didn't do it all in one time, but all the way through to the food they ate. So yes, and actually it is really neat because there's a progressive leader, Kim Lehman. She actually did a dairy club this year, and she posted it on Zoom, and she had it at rotating kitchens about how to use dairy. I think they made like cheese, and they made yogurt, and they had it. It wasn't just 4-H kids. The 4-H kids helped lead that and work it around. So definitely reach out to Kim. She's in Bonisher Valley, I think. And she, pardon me?
Isn't everybody in Bonisher Valley?
Well, most of us just wish to be, maybe. but yes, so that is happening. And yes, having a lens to share that and showcase that and to help move that forward is, so I'm glad to hear you're looking for that. I'll make sure I reach out to Kim and tell her that she's definitely on the cutting edge on the right direction.
She is very passionate about 4-H, and we're really lucky to have her. Member from North Algona Wilberforce, please.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Jennifer, for an excellent presentation. I really resonated with your comment about innovation and growth, and sometimes the public relations campaigns that we need to do because it can generate pushback, and we have to be careful that we're not putting a damper on economic development at the same time. And I really like your analogy of, are we trying to move forward with our foot on the gas and the brake at the same time? And
that's why you guys get paid so well, right?
I think it's more, it's not just in agriculture, it's in the other industries in our county as well, in tourism and so on, where, yeah, sometimes those of us who are opposed to change don't really appreciate the economic development that it can bring as well. So, thank you.
Innovation can be a blessing and a curse, and hopefully done right, it can keep the best and leave the rest.
Member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I first need to commend Councillor Emo because we share, of course, the Opeongo Road going into Renfrew, but Renfrew has been very progressive and have instituted a great deal of traffic calming measures on their portion of the Opeongo Road, which has really diminished the speeds as people are entering.
I hear them.
Yeah. This will not be the first time that Ms. Dolman has heard of this comment. So very pleased right on that in the bottom left corner on a national food strategy, and I'm elated, disappointed that this didn't happen 30 years ago, but like planting a tree, today is the second best day. Ultimately, though, I'm going to reiterate, and I'm hoping in your other role with the Federation of Agriculture, I have consistently been saying when everyone in our community that has no public transportation buys a gallon of gas, a liter of gas, beg your pardon, there's a portion of that is going towards the transit in some urban community. On a food strategy, the people that are supporting the farmland, this is simply an asset, an inventory that farms need to be able to produce food. There is the 25% property tax rate. Used to be 100%, and then the farms would get their rebate. In that way, when it was the province that was providing the rebate, all of the taxpayers right across the province were now contributing towards that food strategy of supporting the production of food. Since 2023, it has now fallen to the local municipality, to the neighbors, to your neighbors, to my neighbors. We are, in fact, subsidizing the production of food on the subsidized property tax. So that person that's in the city is getting subsidy from us to get public transit to the grocery store, but they're not providing any subsidy out towards the production of food out in the rural Ontario. And as it is germane to specific to the county of Renfrew, I think in 2025, close enough, I think, unless Mr. Burke wants to step in, I think the farm levy in the county of Renfrew was $600,000, which means under the former program, we would get an additional $1.8 million from the province. We get precisely $1.8 million less than that. We get zero. So that is a substantial gain that the federal government is now on board with a national food strategy, but the province, I still haven't heard anything out of the province. And I think that is appalling, that it is left to the neighbors within our rural communities, certainly most largely felt in Adamaster Rowley and Whitewater region, but I think every municipality sitting in this room has some farm assessment, and overall the county of Renfrew has a pretty substantial assessment. So I think it's critical that we make change to that. Certainly within my own community, I would be quite happy to tell the province of Ontario, I don't need your partnership fund anymore. Just if you reestablish the 75 cents on the dollar, it's probably going to yield about 175% of what my partnership fund does. This is critical moving forward, so that is my annual input into this presentation. Thank
That's
you.
his annual rant.
That's okay. It's
Yeah.
an important one.
Yeah, it is.
And who's the person following us today on the roster?
Billy.
Would that maybe be a pertinent question there too?
I have asked it, I think, of every single person and several family members of politicians as well, lest at home they might hear it over the dinner table.
I would make a terrible politician. I apologize.
But as you said, we definitely do it for the money.
So I have, Mayor Donoghue, I have asked about this a lot, and I find it confusing because I talk with other rural counties. Like, for example, I've got a friend who is CAO in Mattawa, and they don't have that issue because they're funding a structure differently. Like, it seems like, are we like an outlier of an outlier? Because I was really thinking that Northern Ontario would be a great lobby group for this, for us to move forward. Because not going to lie, the Southern Ontario folks are like, nah, at least you guys aren't charged the full amount. That's what they're threatening to do to us. And it kind of dies there. Because I think you're on the right track. I haven't been able to figure out the secret key yet. So that's why I was just looking for clarification.
So I would have to defer. I'm presuming that if in fact this is not an issue in Mattawa, it's because Nipissing District is Northern Ontario and it is an entirely different structure. What I am putting on the table here exists right across all of Southern Ontario. It was the subsidy was eroding for quite a number of years, and in 2013 the decision was simply made to terminate, no more. There was a hue and cry raised. They returned a thin veneer of what the former program was, and it is a truly astonishing departure from everything else that affects the municipality. It is predicated on the percentage of my geography that is farmland. It has nothing to do with assessment. It has nothing to do with farm assessment. It's what percentage of the total acreage of your community is farmland. And I think you have to have, off the top of my head, I want to say it has to be something on the order of 37% before you would qualify for the first thin red cent from the province. And I'm not certain between myself and Councillor Nicholson who may come closer, but I think I might be at something like 22%. If I doubled it, I would get a little bit of a snack. But ultimately, I think there are municipalities, and you would be familiar, I think most of these would be kind of in Middlesex and Perth counties, where they in fact do meet that threshold, and ultimately is a scaled funding model, that at the very top you are still eligible to receive 75 cents on the dollar.
Okay.
But we're not even close enough to smell money.
And that's the rocks and trees mostly then?
Pardon me?
And that's mostly the rocks and trees that dilute that then, or?
Well, I cannot say. Ultimately, the fact that they are using the proportion of my total acreage, hectareage, I suppose, would be more appropriate, and then dividing that into the total hectareage of farmland is just absurd. There is, I shouldn't say there's nothing else. Policing is an entirely different funding model from anything else we do in municipalities. So I don't understand where the formula came from, but no one has yet explained the basis for that.
And I also love 37%. Why not 35 or 40? 37. It's very specific. All right. Anything further? Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's always lovely to see you. Have a great, go and enjoy this gorgeous day. So our MPP will be here soon, but I would propose that it is basically 11 o'clock. If we could resume at 11:10, please. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. CAO, is there any correspondence?
Any correspondence that has been received has been forwarded to the appropriate committee. Of course, the province is sending out a number of news releases. I'm hoping that you have all received them as well. If you haven't, I would ask that you sign up for the Ontario News Releases system because they are firing them out regularly. Thank you.
Excellent. I think I'm going to turn this over to Chair Donahue with his Health Committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just having momentary technical difficulties. There we go. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows. All resolutions, resolutions and bylaws. First is a resolution, the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement, Schedule F, Form of Compliance Declaration. It is resolution number H-CC-26-06-54, moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer to sign Schedule F Declaration of Compliance, issued pursuant to the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement for County of Renfrew Bonnechere Manor's Senior Adult Day Program, and Madam Chair, the background is attached. Under bylaws, a single bylaw, it is the cross-border agreement with Lanark County. It is resolution number H-CC-26-06-55. Once again, moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a land ambulance cross-border agreement between the Corporation of the County of Renfrew and the Corporation of the County of Lanark for the provision and payment for land ambulance services. And once again, Madam Warden, the background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with council as committee.
Thank you. Item number 1. Item number 2. The report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
Madam Chair, I will move. I was remiss at the outset. I do note, and all of council is aware, staff, as well as I understand, received an email that have disclosed that Mr. Dean Quaid is now the Director of Long-Term Care for the County of Renfrew. And I think join me, please, in recognizing Dean's ascension, if you will. I want to also wish, of course, Mike Blackmore, his predecessor, very well on his continuing health journey towards hopefully some full recovery, but very pleased at the seamless transition into Dean's tenureship at that role.
Thanks for doing that.
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? And that carries. Chair Giardini with the Renfrew County Housing Report, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Renfrew County Housing Corporation Board of Directors, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolutions. There is one resolution, surplus dwelling at 149 Francis Street, Renfrew. Resolution number RCHC-CC-26-06-17, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council declare surplus the single-family dwelling municipally known as 149 Francis Street, Renfrew, and that a capital project be approved to construct a triplex on the site with a total project budget of $900,000. And the background is there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. So, item number 1. Member from Renfrew, please.
Yes, I just want to repeat, what a outstanding example of cooperation between the county and the town in getting projects like this into place. At the same time, would like to decry the lack of funding from the federal and provincial government to be able to speed this up in other communities and Renfrew as well, replacing the older stock with newer stock that's easier to maintain and will last longer. Unfortunately, the province and the feds seem only willing to fund something that is extremely large, extremely fast built, get a photo op in to dig the ground, get a photo op in 18 months later when they finish it off, when it's bright and shiny. So I'm hopeful they pay attention to the news and hear these wonderful comments that I make supporting their efforts to put funding into housing in everywhere except rural Ontario. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Excellent. All in favor? Thank you. So, yay us, boo province and feds. That's what I got from you. Perfect. All right. Chair Emo.
Thank you very much. I have some good news now. To the County of Renfrew members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Resolution number 1, 2025 audited financial statements. Resolution number FACC 260678, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee. The County Council approved the audited financial statements for the County of Renfrew for the year ended December 31, 2025, and you can read the background. Bylaws, number 2, Corporate Policies and Procedures Bylaw, Resolution number FACC 260677, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve the following amended corporate policies. A, Policy A-07, Criminal Record Checks, and it's amended, and B, Policy A-02, Criminal Reference Checks for all prospective County of Renfrew volunteers and Renfrew County Housing Corporation, RCHC contractors, as amended. And that a bylaw to amend Bylaw 6303, being a bylaw to establish human resources corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted. And you will see the background. Number 3 is an employment bylaw number 1, resolution number FACC 260679, moved by myself as chair, seconded by committee. That County Council approved the following changes to the non-union staff salary grid within employment bylaw number 1. A, the unit clerk position be placed in group 2, and B, the Heart Hub operations and intake coordinator position be placed in group 8, and that the revised bylaw number 1 be adopted, and the background is there. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you. Item number 1. Item number 2. And member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Just wanted to indicate that, Peter, you said that the second item B was policy A02. I just wanted to make clear it's 08.
Thank you very much, sir.
Details matter. Item number 3, the report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Your Worship.
Excellent. All in favor? Wonderful. We've got no consent items. CAO Kelly.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Council. First off, it is not regular that this happens. We were asked to move something forward, and I felt it appropriate given the past relationship we've had with two asks so far from the group representing AOPFN, Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nations, I should say, to work together on partnership agreements. So as such, I discussed this and felt it appropriate to come directly to Council because the deadline is next Thursday and we don't have, tomorrow, the 25th, and don't have the luxury of another meeting of Council until then. So with that, Warden, the resolution in front of you is that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a municipal partnership agreement with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation, AOPFN, to support an application to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, Green Municipal Fund, the Climate Ready Plans and Process Program, CRPP program by the acronym, to produce an AOPFN multi-hazard climate risk assessment and adaptation plan.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to get it on the floor? Moved by the member from Arnprior, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills.
Yeah, just by way of background, of course, it's in the package, but from what we understand, this again is in keeping with actually our own climate action plan that we have currently working through, and our climate intern will be bringing back some recommendations on how to give it Renfrew County context. However, as we understand and told, this application for a climate plan is strictly on the First Nations lands, and maybe those adjacent and how they affect the lands on the First Nation.
Brilliant. Does anybody have anything for member from Whitewater, please?
Thanks, Warden. And just a comment, maybe to see staff's input, but fully support the proposal, and comments are not limited to it, but the relationship between the county and AOPFN for accessing federal dollars. We're seeing that relationship is essential to access and open the door to federal dollars in a variety of industries. Green Fund, the Green Municipal Fund through FCM, we're seeing it in mining, we're seeing it in forestry. I'm encouraged to see this relationship come to us now, and I would like to see us to take advantage of it as a foot in the door to continue to nurture that relationship so that we could both together seek to encourage more federal investment in our communities as a pair of organizations approaching the federal government.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Warden, if I can, and thank you through you to Councillor Nicholson. Absolutely. Just by way of an update, Melwin Corporation, I guess, they've tasked this corporation to assist with grant writing, and that's who we're working with. Now they have a relationship. We obviously have a relationship with them. As we understand it, the warden has asked, of course, to set up a meeting with Chief and Council, and we continue to ask that. As late as last week or 2 weeks ago when we spoke to Chief Sarrazin, they've now established their own committees at Pikwakanagan with chairs of those individual committees, and will be reaching out shortly, as we understand it, to align with our own committees and how we can address those with individual needs. Of course, our needs, we don't disagree. I think it's a great partnership that we would wish to nourish moving forward.
Thank you. Anything further? All in favor? Wonderful. So it's lovely. I already thanked you for being here in my warden's address. So you're a couple of hours late, but that's okay. No. You're on the docket for 11:30. So welcome to our MPP, Billy the Bulldog Deneau. Thanks for being here today, Billy. So I brought you another pair of County of Renfrew paramedic socks. I gave Billy a pair of Eorn socks last week because Billy came into these chambers wearing County of Simcoe socks. And so I am not going to be your sock dealer. Like, don't phone me at 3 a.m. going, Jen, I need the socks. I got to have the socks. But I think that you should only be wearing Renfrew County and Eastern Region swag. So there you go. So welcome. Come on up, Billy.
There we go. Well, geez Louise, we didn't have this in Arm Prior Council. We didn't have this fancy technology before. So, well, first of all, I just want to say thank you, Warden Murphy and Council, for having me be here with you today to provide an update on some of the work that has occurred at Queen's Park and in the community. It's a privilege to be here on behalf of Premier Ford and Minister Rob Flack, Ontario's Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I truly appreciate the strong working relationships that we have built over the past, I guess, year and a half now at this point. Having served previously as a municipal councillor, I stand before you not only as your member of provincial parliament, but also as someone who understands the challenges and opportunities that local governments face every day. Reflecting on our shared achievements, we have seen some significant wins for our community. I would be remiss, of course, if not highlighting the advancement of Highway 17 expansion project from Arnprior to Bruce Street with the release of the detailed design RFP and the expectations of having a service provider for that selected this fall. We continue to make meaningful progress on this long-awaited project, and I want to thank all of the municipal councillors that attended the MTO meeting in McNabb-Braeside, both the municipal portion and the open house after. In January, we announced the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund investment for 5 municipalities in the riding: Pembroke, Laurentian Valley, Renfrew, Whitewater, and Bonnechere Valley, in total amounting to more than $38.6 million in infrastructure funding to support access to safe drinking water, housing growth, job creation, and the long-term sustainability of our communities. We have continued to invest locally through the Primary Care Action Plan, with more than $1 million provided to help connect more residents to a primary care physician through the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. And another important achievement for our community was the approval of a new French Catholic high school in Arnprior, supported by a provincial investment of $13.6 million, which this project will expand educational opportunities for families and students throughout the region. We have also continued to work on shared county priorities, including the Mesa Heart Hub, which receives $6.3 million annually in ongoing operational dollars, ongoing provincial support for RCVTAC, and efforts related to the Teminko mine lands. By connecting the county with ministry officials and resources available through my office, I believe we have helped move that file in a very positive direction. When you take all these achievements and investments together, since being elected on February 27, 2025, Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke has received more than $150 million in provincial funding and investments. That is a significant result for our communities, and it reflects what can be accomplished when municipal leaders, community partners, and the province work together towards shared goals. It is a testament to the strength of our partnership and to the advocacy efforts of municipal leaders across this county. I want to thank you all for the work that you do every day to advance the priorities of your communities and the people of the Ottawa Valley. Looking ahead, I also want to highlight some of the upcoming opportunities that municipalities should begin preparing for. The Development Charge Reduction Program, an $8.8 billion federal provincial initiative, recently closed on June 19th, and I know several municipalities in the region have expressed interest in this program. If your municipality has submitted an application, please feel free to connect with my office. We recognize that the application window was tight, but we remain committed to ensuring infrastructure funding opportunities are accessible to communities across Renfrew County. The provincial budget also included new funding through the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. The previous intake resulted in more than $2 million being invested locally, and I would encourage municipalities to begin preparing applications and encourage you to connect with the Regional Development Advisors, Carmen and Louise, and once an application is submitted, please feel free to connect with my office so that we are informed and can continue to support your efforts. None of this would be possible without the professionalism and dedication of my staff. I know Crystal and Cass are going to be here today. Crystal, who quite frankly runs my life more than I do, and Cass, who's new to the role, but she's sharp as a whip. So I have no doubt that all of you will be connecting with the two of them over the course of the next little while. Many of you will hear from both of them throughout the year. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me or them if you require assistance navigating provincial programs, ministries, government services. We're always happy to help. And in closing, thank you all for another great year. It's a privilege to work alongside each of you. Having once sat in a municipal councillor chair myself, I understand the commitment, care, and dedication that local elected officials bring to their communities. Those same values, those same commitments are what motivated me to enter public service and continue to guide me every day. I firmly believe that when municipalities and the province work together, there is very little that we cannot accomplish. I want to thank you all for your partnership, your advocacy, and your leadership. I wish you all the very best as you head into your municipal elections this fall. And I look forward to continuing to work with you together over the course of the remainder of this term. And I just want to be frankly that I remain committed to working with whomever has the honor of occupying these seats after October. So I thank you, and again appreciate the opportunity to be here and share an update of the ongoing work that's going on in Queen's Park.
You get to take a couple of questions?
I can take a couple of questions if you like.
But then I understand that you're actually on barbecue duty.
Oh, okay. Well, great.
So we won't keep you more than about 10 minutes or so. So you can get down there, get your spatula, get your apron on.
Perfect.
Okay,
I'm
good.
looking forward
See
to
that. Member from Renfrew, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much for being here. Very quickly, is there the opportunity for us to assist you in advocating for housing replacement within our Renfrew County Housing Corporation portfolio? The struggle for us has been they don't recognize the county as a receiver of funds in some of the program fundings, and we're losing out. And we're taking a lot of flack because they see 125 million going here, 108 million going here, all larger centers, or they see, a picture of Minister Flack talking about modular homes when it's a series of walls going up on a crane and it's 5 stories high. So how do we get that opportunity here with the recognition that smaller urban centers such as ourselves do not have partners waiting in the wings to put 40 rent-geared income units in a 400-unit project? So how can it be right-sized for our circumstances?
Well, it's a good question, and I guess the answer really is the opportunity to connect with our office after the fact of this meeting. I know, Jennifer, maybe we can have a meeting arranged or something like that. I know that, last year we obviously had Renfrew County Day, which was I was imagining that was going to come up today as well, which was, I think, very good in terms of connecting with ministry staff, with ministers, as well as parliamentary assistants in Queen's Park. And of course, to your point of trying to have Renfrew County's voice at the table and trying to share issues that are important to Renfrew County, it's a good opportunity for us to share some of those examples that you're highlighting, I can't say Warden, the County Councillor Emo, in potentially, working together and trying to highlight some of the projects that are vitally important to Renfrew County as a whole. So I think that's where we can be of assistance. It's working in one voice together and going down together at Queen's Park at a certain date. So.
Yes, thank you for all of your help with our Queen's Park Day, and I completely agree. I think those sessions where we're just sitting across from the minister or the PA or the associate and having a frank discussion about rural Ontario, small urban Ontario is really important. So thank you for that. Anything? Oh, and I'm going to call on. No, you go ahead. Member from Whitewater, we're going to thank you for the same thing.
Uh-oh, the pressure's on here. My telepathy is not working today, but yes, thanks for coming today. I really appreciate the opportunity to do the year in review. We had a presentation this morning at 9:30, presentation from our Ottawa Valley Ontario Health team, talking about the success they've had with their primary care attachment efforts. I'd call it in the first phase of that effort. And I think it's important for us to recognize the investment the province has made in care, providing care to the residents of the County of Renfrew. When I think of the community paramedic program, I think of RCV TAC, and now the primary care attachment plan. But we know that work's not done. They told us this morning that there's upwards to another 12,000 unattached patients that they're that's the next stage in the plan. And the question is, we recognize healthcare is a provincial matter, but how can we help you ensure that advocacy happens on behalf of our residents?
Yeah, so I think to your point, Mayor Nicholson, about the provincial investment that's come into the riding, it amounts to over $4 million to attach 10,000 previously unattached patients to a primary care physician in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke as a whole. When it comes to, I think, working together, of course, the provincial government's primary care action plan is around, I want to say, over $3 billion of investment to connect every resident in Ontario to a primary care physician by 2029. And those applications are obviously facilitated through the OVOHT. So when it comes to working hand in hand and working together, I think any way that can show support, letters of support to applications showing the need in our community. I know I did for the two applications that were put on the table the last round. And kind of being united in that front, I think never hurts any application. So stuff like that of partnering on advocacy work, that always helps. And of course, working with the OVOHT to have a really good application in place to show to the provincial government that this is a need, and I think we all recognize it's a need. And all of that put together, it's netted us very positive results over the last year and a half. And I think we're just going to keep going forward on that positive momentum.
Thank you. Anything further? Member from Evanston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden, and through you, thank you to Mr. Deneau for being here today. Much appreciate the update. I actually didn't have one, but just picking up on the response, your response to Councillor Nicholson. So there were two applications came forward. Three, Arm Prior is progressing, of course, with Four Rivers. The rivers figure prominently. So VTAC plus the Petawawa Medical Health Training. Does the VTAC or any of the applications that were unsuccessful, let us say, in the first stream, do they continue to be in the pool for consideration moving forward?
I would say that's probably more a question for the OVOHT as to whether, and I wasn't here for the 9:30 discussion, so I couldn't say whether that was a question that came up in that discussion. But I will say to your point about the Arm Prior application, I know that one's currently in the pool or in the works, and I have to connect with the Arm Prior FHT to discuss that application at some point in time. I believe we're going to schedule a meeting. Obviously, we want to see as many dollars through that primary care action plan come to the riding in any way that we can. And so getting to hear from them, hear about their application, how we can best move theirs forward is certainly something that I'm committed to working towards. So.
Supplemental, thank you. So I wonder, perhaps, Madam Warren, through you, if Mr. Deneau, so I'm a little bit confused because I thought that two applications actually were submitted to the, I'm going to call it the Office of the Primary Care Action Plan. So presumably they were submitted under the aegis already of the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team. So if they're submitted, I assume that they still remain within the inbox, if you will, of the decision making on that, and that's what I'm asking of specifically. Do you know if any of the applications that were submitted to the action plan that were unsuccessful in, let us call it, the first round of engagement, do they continue to be active, or would they be required to submit again?
Again, I think that's a question for the OVOHT as to the application that you're speaking about in particular. That was phase one or round one of what is a multi-round plan. And I know that the current, applications that are open, the Arm Prior one is still in the pool. So that's all I can say definitively on the application that you're discussing.
Okay, anything else? So I thought Mayor Nicholson was going down the road of the mine, so yay. Thank you. No, so I think a huge thanks, obviously, to our staff that drove this in a very, government never moves at that speed. But I can't thank you enough for helping us with the potential of reopening the mine in Whitewater Region. I think it would be so incredible on so many levels, tourism, growth, maybe moving 17 a little faster. So just, I think we all thank you, especially Mayor Nicholson and I, who've been just waiting patiently to get the application in. So thanks so much. All right, with that, thank you. You can hang out, and if you want to know what happened at 9:30, I know that you go home and watch all the county council meetings in your free time. Yeah, okay. We'll have some lunch in a couple of minutes. We're almost done here. Thank you so much. I'm telling you, I just don't want the 3 a.m. call. Jen, I need the socks. Give me the socks. All right, we have no closed session. We have no report. No. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. We have no members' written motions. Announcements. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Gives me a great deal of pride to extend an invitation on behalf of the Bromley Historical Society this Sunday, June 28th, I think. June 28th. They are hosting at the Old Town Hall in downtown Osceola, which is the Kirby White Duck, the past chief of the Pikwakanaganna First Nation, is going to be delivering a presentation on Chief, I believe it's Tessowat. This is, in fact, the first engagement with the Algonquin here in the Ottawa Valley. As I understand, I think it was on the eastern tip of Cottenham Island, and Chief Tessowat was the Algonquin chief that, in fact, welcomed Champlain up here. Very providential, I expect, after Champlain had, sloppily lost his astrolabe just downriver. It was probably very beneficial for him to have landed here. So, wish to extend that invitation to all who wish to join us. That is, once again, Sunday, June 28th at 2 p.m. at the Old Town Hall.
Thanks for that. Member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden. And just to let everybody know and let everybody welcome into or you're welcome to join our municipality on Saturday, June the 27th is our truck and tractor pull at the Snowdrifter site. And on Sunday, June the 28th is a demolition derby. So come one, come all. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot about the truck and tractor pull. I'm glad you reminded me. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. Very proud, huge momentous milestone achieved in Whitewater Region. Our Fraser Morris and Hebner Funeral Home is going to be celebrating 150 years of service to the community. And we'll be doing that on July 2nd. Not looking for anybody to attend, but just to publicly recognize to have had a business open for 150 years is something to note. So, thank you, Warden.
Is that open to the public? Is it? Oh, sorry. I'll find out later. It's just my dad is here and he and Wayne are friends. So if he's probably buried most of my family. Seriously. Yeah. Okay, the ones that are past. Yeah. Yeah, take it. You can tell it's the last day of school here. Member from Laurentian Hills.
Thank you, Warden. Just to invite everybody to the Schoolhouse Museum, which is part of the Ralph Buchanan Wally McKay Historical Society, is hosting their annual Strawberry Tea at the Schoolhouse Museum in Point Alexander, which is about 10 kilometers west of Deep River, this Sunday from 12 to 3. And I understand our MPP will be there serving up some pieces of strawberry shortcake.
Lovely. That's a lot going on Sunday, guys. All right, member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. Last week, the town of Petawawa recognized a longtime community servant in Petawawa. We awarded our Senior Citizen of the Year Award for 2026 to 104-year-old Janine Mones. I think she holds the record for the longest volunteer service. She volunteered for 84 straight years at the Catholic Women's League, and she waltzed in there under her own power and told stories on the microphone. It was a fabulous day and a great honor for her.
Fantastic. Yes, member from Abbotston Bromley.
I was remiss, and it will probably now start the carousel once again. We will, in fact, 1 week from today, be hosting at the Admaston Public School on the Stone Road our annual Canada Day celebrations, wherein we will be recognizing our Citizen of the Year, our Senior Citizen of the Year, and our Youth Citizen of the Year as kind of the keynote. All of this gets underway at noon at the Admaston Public School. There was a barbecue that is hosted by the ARC, the Admaston Recreation Committee. We would welcome everyone that perhaps is making their stops throughout the county for Canada Day. And I will now yield to everyone else that wishes to provide the details of their Canada Day.
Okay, no, that's so. And Bonnechere Valley is hosting the very first Canada Day drone show on Canada Day. So if you're interested, please come out and join us. Anything further? Any new business? I have a resolution that bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Whitewater, second by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. All in favor? I have a resolution that bylaw 64-26 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on June 24th, 2026, being now numbered deemed read 3 times and passed. Moved by the member from Horton, seconded by the member from Petawawa. All in favor? And that is your last County Council meeting, Mr. Perkins. He still has committee, but this is his last, so thank you for everything, Lee. I have a resolution that County Council adjourn at 11:48 a.m. Moved by the member from Iron Prior, second by the member from Abbotston Bromley. All in favor? Thank you, we are adjourned. Dana was really excited about adjourning there. Oh, who's up next? Operations. What time do you want to come back, Glenn? 12:30. 12:30-ish. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Operations Committee. I'll call the meeting to order, the Operations Committee for Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. Has roll call been taken, everyone?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the nature thereof on any matters in front of us this afternoon? Seeing none, we'll move on to adoption of the minutes. Can I do all these at once or individually? I'll do them individually. So, sorry, the minutes of May 21st, the recommendation that the minutes of May 21st, 27th, May 27th, 2026 meeting be approved. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by the member from Armpire. Member from Edmundston, Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring forward, I believe there was an error, and we did discuss it in real time at the committee. This is with respect to the deferral of Round Lake Road resolution. It is 260575. You'll note in the recording it recognizes Councillor Proctor as having abstained, but in fact, abstentions, we do not have abstentions here. But in real time, it was discussed that, in fact, perhaps Councillor Proctor had returned to her seat while the vote was happening, but was vacated from her seat when the vote was called. And per our procedural, you must be in your seat to be counted. So the rationale for why Councillor Proctor did not vote was that she was not present. Because we don't have abstentions. If you do not vote, it is a no vote.
Gwen.
Through you. So we only have 3 options in our diligent program. So I'll look at it and we'll have to just change how it's worded. But it's, yeah, it's either abstain or for or against. So that's why it would have shown up as abstain. But I can have that changed in the template itself.
If I may, and follow up, so I'm certainly sympathetic to the technical, but ultimately the software serves us and not vice versa. So I'm presuming that software is designed for some other entity, perhaps even American, for all I'm aware. But ultimately, that is the correct record, is that Councillor Proctor was not in her seat when the vote was called, and not an abstention. I think it's important to note that in the minutes.
Noted. We'll have it noted in the minutes somehow. I don't know how you do that, but okay. Thank you for that. Any?
Sorry, should I be introducing a motion to amend that then?
So I'll take that as a motion to amend, and we'll just vote on the motion as amended.
You'll need a seconder and a vote on the motion to amend that.
Okay. So I'm assuming you're going to move the amendment. Member from Renfrew will second that. Member from Horton.
I'm just going to second.
Okay, fair enough. Member from Armpire.
Chair, I believe there were 2 people missing at the time. The warden and Councillor Proctor.
The warden did not participate.
Yeah, but that's not recorded in the minutes, though. It's as which way she voted, because she wasn't here during the vote.
If I may then, if the absence of the warden, then essentially Councillor Proctor was in that same condition, right? The warden remained absent even while the vote was happening, whereas Councillor Proctor was in her seat while the vote was progressing, but was not in her seat when it commenced. But other than that, she is in the same condition as the warden was, which would suggest that she not be within the minutes whatsoever. But the minutes may have to reflect when she vacated and when she returned.
Okay, so the amendment is that it'll account for the removal of the abstention reference, and that the 2 members were absent during the vote.
I will move that.
Seconded by the member from Renfrew. Anything further? All those in favor? And that is carried. On to the next one, recommendation that the minutes of the June, minutes as amended. Okay. So, that was the, okay, so now, can I get a mover and seconder for the minutes as amended? Member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, member from Petawawa. All those in favor? And that is carried. We'll move on. The recommendation that the minutes of the June 8th, 2026 special meeting be approved. Mover, member from Bonacieux Valley, and seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Comments, questions, errors, omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Next item, recommendation that the closed minutes of May 27th, 2026 meeting be approved. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. Comments, questions, errors, omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. And then item D, recommendation that the closed minutes of the June 8th, 2026 special meeting be approved. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. Comments, questions, errors, omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Move on to delegations or in presentations. There's none listed. Communications. Item A, the Township of Madawaska Valley Roadside Park Resolution. Item B, the Roadside Park, Cumbermere Road, County Road 62. And the recommendation that the communications be received as information. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by member from Abbotston Bromley, seconded by the member from North Algona Wilberforce. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Move on to item 7, consent reports. Under consent reports, we have the operations consent report, the capital variance report, and the installation of traffic calming billboards on River Road, the Village Braeside. The recommendation that the consent reports be received as information. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. Any comments or questions? Member from
Councillor
Abbotston Bromley.
Councillor Donahue is fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be remiss if I let the final Operations Committee for Mr. Perkins go without some question. This is item 4, and specifically it is the scratch coat paving. And I note that in the chart at the bottom of page 26, this is of the overall committee report. First off, on Mr. Perkins's final committee meeting, I find the second line there simply astonishing, that the budget was precisely the same as what the projected cost would be. That's outstanding, on $376,000, right down to the penny. The question, though, is, so this is essentially suggesting that approximately half of last year's scratch coat was not completed last year, yet in the November 26th variance report of last year, it was projected that it was. So at November 30th of last year, it was expected to all be spent. So I'm wondering what impaired that, the completion of that.
I'll pass this along to Mr. Perkins.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and through you, Mr. Hanrath, would like to answer.
Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor from Abbotston Bromley. So late last year, winter season came upon us, and the initial 2025 scratch coat contract had not been completed, so it was carried over. The remaining works under it were carried over to this year.
Supplementary?
I guess the supplementary, so the budget last year was $750,000, of which apparently $376,000 has been carried forward. The budget this year is for $307,000, so we had substantially diminished the scratch coat budget for 2026 then to about half of what it was the previous year.
I think, well, Mr. Hanrath, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So we kept the 2026 budget at 750,000 and used the balance that was remaining after the works under the 2025 contract to tender and budget for the works for this year.
Supplementary two.
I'm glad that Mr. Perkins had an opportunity to provide an answer at his final operations committee meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. I guess my next question then is probably for Mr. Burke. So presumably, if there was money unspent from the scratch code in 2025, then that would have formed some of the surplus in 2025?
Mr. Perkins.
Through you, Chair, yes, that would be correct. So this is one of those items that catches us at an awkward timing where while we were preparing the budget, we wouldn't have anticipated to have a carryover and something that we learned after the fact. So yes, it would be rolled into the working capital reserve as part of the general surplus.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further on the operations reports? Did I get a mover and seconder for that? Oh, sorry. Member from Renfrew.
Thank you. I note with great interest item number 4, the variance is about $300,000 between the two. I know when we met 2 weeks ago, there was some concern that we were going to be right up against the wall and maybe over it. Does this alleviate some of that concerns for the department?
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Emo. No, this was already accounted for prior. So yeah, this is not going to help us.
Okay. Is there anything further on the consent reports? Okay, seeing none, I believe I have a mover and seconder. I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. We shall move on to discussion reports. And I'll get the Director of Public Works and Engineering to overview the reports, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you, item number 1 is the proposed resolution for Highway 17 Meath Hill to Deep River. Okay. No, I'm going to read. Somebody does. I'll read it. The recommendation here is whereas Highway 17 is the primary provincial highway corridor connecting Eastern Ontario to Northern Ontario and serves as a vital route for commercial transportation, commuters, emergency services, and tourism, and whereas Highway 17 is a critical component of Ontario's transportation network supporting residents and businesses, national defence operations at Garrison Petawawa, nuclear energy development at Canadian Nuclear Laboratories at Chalk River, regional economic activity in tourism, agriculture, advanced manufacturing, and forestry, and whereas traffic volumes along Highway 17 are expected to increase due to the ongoing and planned economic growth in the region, including continued investment at the expansion of the Garrison Petawawa and Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, as well as the progressive 4-laning of Highway 17 west of Aaron Pryor to Renfrew, and whereas the province of Ontario recognizes that Highway 17 is a major trade corridor as defined by Transport Canada's Trade Diversification Corridors Fund, and whereas the province of Ontario has committed to 4-laning and continuous twinning of Highway 17 corridor from Ottawa westward through the county of Renfrew as part of a phased, multi-decade approach to improved highway safety, reduce collision risks, support economic development, and strengthen interregionally connectivity, and whereas the planning, design, and delivery of major highway infrastructure projects require significant lead time for Indigenous consultation and engagement, and environmental assessment, property acquisition, utility relocate, and funding commitments. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of Renfrew, be it resolved that the Council of the County of Renfrew respectfully request that the Province of Ontario advance preliminary planning, environmental assessment, design, and intersection improvements for Highway 17 between Meath Hill and Deep River as the next priority of the long-term 4-laning strategy, and be it further resolved that the Province of Ontario prioritize the advancement of this work to ensure that future highway projects within the County of Renfrew are shovel-ready and positioned to proceed as funding becomes available. And be it further resolved that the resolution be forwarded to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Transportation, the Minister of Tourism, the Minister of Tourism, Culture and Gaming, the Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, the Minister of Rural Affairs, MPP Billy Deneau, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Rural Ontario Municipal Association, Renfrew County Municipalities, and the City of Pembroke.
Take a breath. Thank you for that. Can I get a mover and seconder to put the recommendation out? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Madawaska Valley. Comments, questions? Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Is this the moment when I should suggest an amendment? Thank you.
You can do that. Yes.
I was hoping it'd be a friendly amendment, but apparently it's too
This
long
is not.
to be friendly. So I'm very pleased and excited to see this resolution come forward. As we've all been saying, we got to keep our foot on the gas here on this issue. Even though we're only driving on a 2-lane road, we still got to keep our foot on the gas. I just felt it was appropriate and maybe more strategic to let them know exactly what it is that we want as a council, so that when they get this, it isn't vague. They know exactly, this is what we want. This is, well, not when we want it, but we want it soon. So you would like me to read through this whole thing? Okay. The reason you have a photocopy is because I felt that as I read through this, you would forget what I said 30 seconds previous. So I'd like to change the 7th paragraph to read this. Now therefore it be it resolved that the Council of the County of Renfrew respectfully requests that the Province of Ontario advance the following items pertaining to Highway 17 between Greenwood Road and Deep River as the next priority of the long-term 4-laning strategy. To form a Highway 17 West working group that includes representatives from the town of Petawawa, Deep River, Laurentian Hills, Laurentian Valley, Whitewater, and Pembroke, as well as representatives from Canadian Nuclear Laboratories and Garrison Petawawa, to open discussions on the advancement of 4-laning of Highway 17 from Deep River to Greenwood Road. To request updated traffic counts on Highway 17 between Greenwood Road and Deep River in August of 2026, and further traffic count once the new Brindle Road interchange is completed to Garrison Petawawa in September. Immediate installation of flashing amber caution lights to indicate an upcoming traffic signal is about to turn red at the following intersections: Dorn Road, County Road 26, Forestley Road, County Road 42, Round Lake Road, County Road 58, Beeline Road, Highway 41, and Whitewater Road, County Road 24. This would be a short-term measure until the more permanent solutions below are implemented. Initiate the following processes for the enhancement and twinning of Highway 17 infrastructure, connecting the high-traffic zones spanning Deep River to Greenwood Road, but with an emphasis on focusing expansion from west to east, with the understanding that this initiative would be concurrent to and simultaneous with the present expansion coming from Arnprior westward. To immediately commission a technical study and analysis identical to Goal 15 in the Eastern Ontario Transportation Plan, begin consultation with local Indigenous communities for their involvement in the project, begin pre-engineering work, begin geotechnical and foundation investigation, begin consultation regarding a reference concept design, begin collecting environmental values and advancing approvals, including species at risk, overall benefit permits, and fisheries permits. Finalization of property acquisitions, begin technical studies for utility relocations. And finally, to request that consideration be given to the installation of full interchanges or overpasses at the intersections of Paquette Road, County Road 55, Dorn Road, County Road 26, Forestley Road, County Road 42, Round Lake Road, County Road 58, Beeline Road, Highway 41, and Whitewater Road, County Road 24. These measures will result in significant improvements to the flow of traffic and assist in the preparation for the eventual twinning of this section of Highway 17.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I have a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by the member from Bowness Valley. Comments, questions? Member from Renfrew.
So I really like this, and I would suggest one small and truly a friendly amendment is that we add the Algonquins of Ontario into the consultation group. They may not attend and may send a staffer, but at the very minimum keeps everybody appraised as to what's going on.
So that's,
So that would be on the original motion, Chair, not on the amendment, because I
Yeah.
think that would be on the original, in terms of circulation, right?
No, I meant in the consultation group.
Ah, okay.
it's still not in the amendment, though.
It says Indigenous communities, so I'm just not sure if you wanted to
Well,
specify that one.
No, I was going, yeah, I saw that. But I think if they're in on the ground floor conversations, it may be assisting with the consultation with local Indigenous communities. Because community says to me you're going to go to all 9 or 10. Algonquins of Ontario will have some role in this as it moves forward, so it'd be nice to have them in on the ground level. That's what I'm suggesting.
So you want them in the amendment, in the working group?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, okay. So is that friendly amendment then? Okay, so we'll include that in the amendment. Further comments, questions? Member from Whitewater region, please.
Thanks, Chair. And again, just for discussion purposes, I was thinking the same lines as Councillor from Renfrew. Would we want to expand that working group to bring in certain functions that the highway and how the highway functions is an important part of how they do their job, like fire and OPP, and even to go as far as could we extend it to some kind of local representation of transportation, a company that uses it frequently. And the reason I say that is that a lot of feedback I get from transportation companies in my local community is these traffic lights, as an example, the flashing lights are great, but if they're not synchronized, there's still not enough time to brake or brake sufficiently. So we may get specific feedback by engaging with these organizations in some way. I throw it out there to see if that's something we want to expand it to, or hold it for another level.
The proposal is for a working group, and perhaps that working group will come up with the terms of reference, and maybe that could be part of it, maybe not. So is that, we'll leave it at that?
No, I think that's an excellent approach.
Okay.
We recognize their input. Just how we do it, that'd be appropriate.
Okay, member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you also to Councillor Service. I'm in support probably of all of this. I'm somewhat challenged because I only just saw this for the first time just before coming back to order. I guess my first, and I understand the intent here because even on the current Highway 417 expansion, where at some point in the hopefully not too distant future there will be a ribbon cut somewhere west of Bruce Street in Renfrew. The most optimistic timetable for when that would be is 2034. If Council will recall, we saw a chart, I'm assuming it was probably present at McNabb Braeside Open House, of the timeline of the current expansion, which was a 4-phase. And if Council will recall, the preliminary design for the expansion into the county of Renfrew and west of Bruce Street, preliminary design for that was completed in 2004. So I say that because the most optimistic timetable and when that 4-phase project is going to be completed is 30 years. So as I look around the room, I don't know that there will be anyone here present for the ribbon cutting on any of the sections that are in discussion in front of us today. But I understand the urgency, but measuring that urgency against 30 years, even on what has been promised and is ultimately being delivered, provides some room. Because where ultimately I'm getting on this is, could this working group not have simply been, now that the Bruce Street is underway and is going to get completed, is this not what the task of the Highway 17 could have been, with simply augmenting the membership a little bit? Because ultimately, on its founding, Highway 17 was precisely this. And I am in agreement that this should be the next phase after we are completed west of Bruce Street. So it seems to me that largely the mandate of the existing Extension Advisory Committee is precisely this. That could that working group not be augmented and that be the forum through which this is happening? Else, I'm not really sure what the Highway 17 Extension Advisory Committee is going to be doing.
Okay, member from Renfrew.
Well, I would suggest to my friend that likely the County Highway Extension Committee would cease to exist, and this committee would form with this as their purpose, and the county would augment their efforts as best we could. And frankly, I think that's probably what should have happened a long time ago, was that there'd be, as a group of communities, because we've all sort of at different times ran a little ahead of each other or off to one side. And, I think this approach might be better in the long run with the county augmenting. And I think when you come to the terms of reference, there might likely end up being a seat offered, to the County of Renfrew, so there is a representative on that committee, and it may include, some staffing assistance as well. So I don't know how it's going to turn out, because I haven't, Councillor Service mentioned it a couple weeks ago, or a couple days ago, that he was thinking of something, and this is the first I've seen it too, so I haven't had really time to digest it and make some friendly suggestions to him, because he's open to making it work.
And member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The intention wasn't to get rid of the existing committee. It was merely to augment it, upgrade it, specifically to include members of the MTO.
No, and Garrison, Petawawa, and CNL. So, member from Edmonton Bromley.
Just in follow-up, so I understand that, just pulling up the current composition of the committee, so the only members that are not part of this geography are in fact Councillors Brose and Doncaster that are on the current committee. The chair, by dint of being the chair, is no, in fact, the Deep River is not represented on this committee at all. That would be the only one that was missing. And ultimately, all of this is because while I am in agreement with everything that's in front of me, it seems to me that emanating out of the Extension Advisory Group was probably the forum by which then I would have had some time to have given this careful consideration. And all of that is only germane because I want to make sure when we do this that we're capturing everything that we want. This is a pretty substantive list, and I certainly will concede that it could be augmented on this committee actually commencing its work, its task. But I'm wondering for any of the other communities, i.e. Councillor Giardini, Councillor Nicholson, is there anything that you see on here that you would like to add to this that may not be there? You are, in fact, between Greenwood Road and Deep River. And that's all I'm coming at is I have occupied a space which is being careful not to have policy on the fly. And that is in no way to diminish. There's a lot of work went into this resolution. But I'm presuming that this is coming from a sole member of council, and my recommendation would be that there is some vetting of this and engagement of some of the other municipalities. So it's all process, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. So I believe that through the working group and in terms of reference, they can probably address some of the ideas, thoughts that you've expressed. So, member from Bonaire Valley.
Could I just follow up to close that one off?
Sure.
So I certainly recognize that they can do this, but I didn't know that there was a proposition of having a Highway 17 working group until 20 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going to have a terms of reference. That's what I'm talking about. This is policy on the fly. That 20 minutes ago, nobody in this room knew that this was coming, and now we're going to put it in place.
Okay. Members from Bonaire Valley.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my colleague from Renfrew. I think that the Highway 17 Advisory Committee has done their job. I really like this, what Councillor Services brought us, especially with regards to Indigenous consultation and property acquisition. I think that, you know, those can definitely delay a project, and I think that we were very clear with the MTO that this was the project we wanted to go forward next, and knowing that the timelines, I don't disagree with my colleague from Admaston Bromley that, yeah, we could potentially be talking decades, but I think that it's important that we get this to the government immediately to say, look, this is a priority for us, and these are the things that we want done so that this project is shovel-ready when funds are available. And I'm sure our colleague from North Algonah Wilberforce would love just one of those amber lights on Highway 60.
Thank you. Member from Whitewater Region.
Thanks, Chair. And if I can, these questions are for Councillor Service, but I'll go through you. Just the way I'm reading it, and sorry, I've had now listening to the feedback that's coming, I was under the assumption when I first read this that you were proposing a County of Renfrew working group. And clearly, you are asking or being resolved that the province create this working group, the province create the terms of reference, and invite these partners to join that working group. So you're not asking for, county's not even mentioned in here, which I think would be, like, whoever the chair is of operation should be included in this if they're not already one of them represented by one of these or municipalities. But that's my first question. If Councillor Service could confirm, but my interpretation now is that this is a provincial MTO working group, which we are just seeking them to create.
Councillor Service.
No, that's not my intention, and maybe I didn't word this properly, and I'm not married to this bullet if it's causing problems. What I was hoping to see is that the present Highway 17 working group that we have would augment itself with CNL, Garrison, members of the MTO, and it's obviously a county working group already. So maybe that section wasn't worded too well, and I don't mind if that whole section is taken out of there because we already have a working group, and we can, and then over the next course of the next council, we can work on augmenting that Highway 17 working group. The intention of including it was to let MTO know that we want this working group and we want to include you in it.
Okay, so member from Whitewater.
Sorry, I have a follow-up on another point, but if staff want to jump in on that one, I don't know if you were looking to. No? Okay, good. Second one is just the middle of the page, to immediately commission a technical study and analysis. I quickly just went into the Eastern Ontario Transportation Plan just to make sure I could appreciate what Goal 15 was. It's not, it's Goal 1, Item 15. So just if we can, action item number 15. So it's just a nomenclature if it's going to go to the province.
Okay, noted. Can that just be changed? And it's a friendly amendment. Councillor Service. Okay.
I will chime in. So through you, Chair, to Councillor Service, are you suggesting an amendment to the amendment then to remove bullet point 1?
Well, yeah, okay.
If it makes life easier for everybody. I'm starting to regret bringing this up.
So is that a motion then, Councillor Service?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to an amendment to the amendment to get rid of the bullet.
Can we do? We can do
that
that.
speaks to the working group. It's something we can work on later.
Seconder for that, member from Laurentian Hills. Comments on removing the paragraph that talks about creating the working group, specifically to that. Okay, then I'll call the question. Pardon?
Respectfully, Chair, could you please repeat what you've just said?
So what I'm going to call a question on right now is the removal of the paragraph that talks about creating the working group. So we're going to remove that from the amendment.
Supplemental through your chair. I appreciate all of the conversation, and I'm wondering if we can ground on what is being referred back to the 417 existing, or the 17 existing committee, and what the motion in front of us to the province is being grounded on.
Currently, we have an amendment to what is published in our agenda. We have an amendment to that, which is what Councillor Service has presented to us. Now we have an amendment to that amendment that is going to remove the paragraph that references the working group. So bullet number 1, to form a Highway 17 West working group. We're going to remove that paragraph. So, member from Bonnechere Valley.
Sorry, so Garrison and CNL are mentioned in the original, but the reason I liked this bullet was that so the province knows that we are going to include the Garrison and CNL as stakeholders, not just the continued investment.
Okay,
not a hill to die on?
But that's
okay.
That's not what we're talking about right now.
Yes, it is. It's in that bullet.
Well, it's in that working group, yes, but, well, then vote against it. But I don't know what else to say. Member from Renfrew.
So what I can commit to is I will call a committee meeting in the next little while. I think we've talked about having one in September, just to talk about bullet point number 1, to see if there's a way of amalgamating it into or joining it together with the rest of what we've presented. That might be a separate presentation to the ministry, a letter to the ministry, possibly a joint delegation for Roma. So I think we can accomplish it using something different. But I appreciate Councillor Service offering to remove it to move this along. But I will commit to putting it on the agenda of the committee and working a path forward.
Okay, so we're still at the point of either leaving it in or taking it out. So it's up to us. There's lots of value in that, whether we modify our existing committee or something new is created. I think there's value, I think there's value in MTO knowing that that's our wish. So, okay, so I'll call the question on the amendment to the amendment to remove that paragraph. All those in favor of? Pardon me? Of removing it. Can I see that? That carries. Okay. So now we'll move on back to the amendment that we have in front of us without that paragraph in it. Right, as amended, sorry.
What's on the table, actually?
So the amendment that Councillor Service has put forward without bullet point 1.
Okay.
Let's get Lee to read it again.
And
with the amendment,
excuse me, Chair, I think Councillor Service suggested it would fit in under paragraph number 7 or replace paragraph number 7. I can't recall exactly.
Replace paragraph 7.
Replace it,
yes.
Okay. Just to help everybody orient it.
Okay. So now we're talking about the amendment to replace paragraph 7. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Mr. Chair, so this amendment has been moved and seconded as before us.
Correct.
I think that this is appropriate. I haven't had opportunity to consult with our parliamentarian, but I'm just based on this discussion, it is confirming my concern. And my concern is nothing that's in this document. I'm endorsing everything that's in this document. But this discussion is saying it should probably get a little tweaking. So I'm introducing a motion that this be referred to the Highway 17 Extension Advisory Committee for vetting, beefing it up, having consideration to everything that we want contained, because what I am seeing still fits within the rubric of what I have always perceived as policy on the fly. We're deciding to amend a thing, to not amend a thing, to move this to this chapter, to move it to a different chapter. I think that if this discussion happened within the auspices of our current Highway 17 Extension Advisory, it can be polished right up that this probably is going to be a much more straightforward process. I would in fact inquire of, Councillor Emo had said he was scheduling something for September, and it was going to be on this specific question. I think that perhaps even something sooner if possible that is going to look at this in its entirety and to have a clean resolution that might then come back to council, probably through operations, I gather.
Okay, I have a resolution. Can I have a seconder for that? Member from Whitewater, Township of Whitewater. Discussion around the referring to the Highway 17 Advisory Committee. Member from Renfrew.
Yeah, thank you. Great idea. I think this conversation has been quite helpful. Councillor Service put a lot of time into this, and I don't want to speak for him, but I know him well enough to know that he certainly appreciates, the fine tuning and the effort to focus on what's important. So I'm comfortable taking it back. He sits on the committee with us, and I fully expect he'll be as engaged as he always is. It'll be a better document. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further on the referral? And all those in favor? And that is carried. We don't have to amend the amendment anymore? Okay. Now I don't know where I am anymore.
Item 2, Chair, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Mr.
Thanks for
Perkins.
making it a long day, everybody.
Yeah.
So item 2 is rest stops along Provincial Highways 11 and 17, and the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommend that County Council support the Township of Armour resolution requesting that the Province of Ontario to prioritize the development of new and upgrade highway rest stops and traveller infrastructure along Provincial Highways 11 and 17, including improvements to the existing rest stops located within the County of Renfrew.
Thank you. Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. Move on to item number 3.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, item 3 is speeding mitigation techniques. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommend that County Council support the North Grenville, Merrickville, Wolfert Village OPP Detachment Board resolution requesting that the Province of Ontario expand its stated interest and financial commitment to adopt a province-wide approach to public safety and enhance the well-being of all Ontarians.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Armpire, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. Comments, questions? Member from Township of Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. I just wondering, can staff give any more context? I've reviewed it, but in plain language, what is the OPP Detachment Board resolution really talking about trying to encourage the province to do?
Mr. Perkins? Yes, thank you, Chair. On May, I was actually in June, we received it, but the council from the community had a meeting with their board, and they wanted to, I don't know how to explain it. When you watch the video, they went into a full conversation about ASE and how the provincial government was going to do police enforcement. Anyways, it was really long. I watched it on their video, but what they're looking for is enhance. I don't even know how to explain it. They were in the process of doing ASE as well, automatic speed enforcement with cameras. They realize that there is monies available to do enhancement, but they want more. They want more. I don't know how else to explain it.
Member from Abbotston Bromley.
This is germane to this specific point, and I think it's not to confuse the issues, but when we were talking about our expansion of our capital a while ago, and Mr. Burke advised that, oh no, well, DCs are likely unlikely now. I think that if in fact your community, and Admaston Bromley is one of them, if in fact you did not have automated speed enforcement, you are ineligible for any funding for traffic calming. So if you had even talked about having automated speed enforcement, unless you had taken steps, because I believe that the county, because we were on the precipice, actually, of installing our automated speed enforcement, we're inside the tent and we're getting funding. If in fact you had taken no steps, you are outside the tent. So if you had even talked about automated speed enforcement, that's unfortunate. That, I think, is probably what they are making reference to here. You are outside looking in on getting any funding towards traffic calming measures as a speed mitigation, and you are now ineligible for automated speed enforcement throughout the province of Ontario. So the inequity is blazing.
I think that's it, yeah. So trying to rectify that, so is that clear as mud? Okay. Anything further on that? Member from McNabb-Braeside.
And just clarification, I understood there was a small slice of that big pie of funding that was going to be made available to communities that did not qualify for ASE. It was my understanding there's a slice there for us, a little slice, but am I mistaken?
I'm not sure, but perhaps we can get some information brought back.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and just confirm with the CAO, we're not aware of the announcement yet. So we're not clear if there is for non-ASE, and that's what this was referring to, was they were not in the queue for anything, so they wanted to know what the mitigation was going to be for them. So, but there hasn't been an announcement yet.
But it may be forthcoming. Maybe. Okay. Anything further on this one? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. And next item.
Thank you, Chair. Item 4 is PWC 2026-18, Engineering Services for AT011, which is Goulds Creek Bridge. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve contract PWC 2026-18 as submitted by Keystone Bridge Management Incorporated of Ottawa, Ontario, for engineering services for the rehabilitation or replacement of structure AT011, Goulds Creek Bridge, located on the Algonquin Trail, Township of Whitewater region, in the amount of $32,850 plus applicable taxes.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Admaston Bromley. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. And item number 5, please.
Thank you, Chair. Capital Project Alternatives for County Road 58, Round Lake Road. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee direct staff to proceed with preparation of design and specifications for procurement of microsurfacing or surface sealing of County Road 49, which is La Paz Road, from County Road 31, Lookout Road, to Grant Settlement Road, Township of Whitewater region, for completion during the 2026 construction season.
I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation. Moved by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. I would now entertain a motion to accept the discussion report as a whole. Moved by member from Admaston Bromley, seconded by the member from Horton. All those in favor? And that is carried. No deferred reports, no verbal reports, no closed session. Other new business.
Chair, I do have an item.
Okay.
Can I address the podium, please?
Okay.
There's always fun, my friend from Newfoundland. So definitely a pleasure as we watch a few fine folks walk into the room as the eye candy of the building. the Public Works and Engineering group are coming in, whoever's left. They're not on the roads today because the roads are being looked after very nicely. So certainly a pleasure seeing former Warden Debbie Robinson in the room and former CEO Paul Morrow, who had a hand in hiring this guy. We'll take it up with you later, but it's been fun. These things always turns into a roast, but Lee, I was told to keep this short because apparently these goodbyes have gone on longer and longer as we move along, but if I'm being honest, it's a bit unfair given who we're here for, because if there's one thing we know about you, sir, is nothing is ever as a quick answer or a short story. You ask Lee a simple question, and I hear it normally about 7:40 when I haven't had my coffee yet, and Lee walks into my office with a skip in his step and a song in his heart. And I go, jeepers, Lee, I just want my first coffee, for God's sakes. But you ask Lee a simple question, you say, hey, Lee, what's happening with that road project? And he usually says, yeah, everything's good. Everything's great. There's nothing, there's no problem. But the odd time he'll say, well, you know, that one time in Alberta, sometime in the 90s, I did this. And the guy's name was Bill, and there's a story. There's lots of stories in cars with Lee and a whole bunch of other stuff that was going on. There's lots of projects about heavy equipment and lots of stories about weather, and certainly a life lesson that was always learned by Mr. Perkins from either the East Coast through to the Rockies. But just when you think those conversations are wrapping up in my office, Lee always reminds me of another job. Well, there's that one time in Newfoundland where I had a boss that did this, and you don't want to know about that story, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So, you know what? You don't check your watch. You settle in and you listen to the story because you're going to learn something, and it certainly did over the last number of years. These stories mattered. They certainly came with experience, and they came with judgment, and a pretty good sense of what works and certainly what doesn't. And to Lee's credit, he's always had a clear philosophy on work-life balance, unlike most of us, and you actually stuck to it, sir. So retirement might not change everything because you've been enjoying life here in the county for a number of years and making the most of living in the most beautiful place in the world. So in the summer, yeah, Lee has a great story. I'm not going to wreck his speech because he's going to go on for about an hour and a half. I know that too. So what retirement probably does mean to you, sir, and it does mean that you have a bit more time to tell a story properly at your own pace with certainly all the details, which honestly feels about right. So Lee, thank you. Thank you for all the work, the steady hand, and yes, the stories. Because I, for one, will miss your morning smile and the song in your step as you grace my office doorway with your thought of wisdom for the day. I'm hopeful that someone else in the building will step up with an anecdote or a solution at 7:45 before my morning coffee and ultimately lead to a conversation about some type of new governance structure for the county of Renfrew, where we usually get to in about 7.5 minutes. But seriously, Lee, enjoy every minute of retirement with Debbie, and it's nice to see Debbie here as well. Your family and your friends back home, as they say. You've certainly earned it. We'll all miss you terribly, but please know that you have created an amazing team and are leaving the county in a great position moving forward. This is your legacy. So just remember, we'll always have time for one story, but it's our turn to tell yours. Tina, would you mind rolling the video?
There once was a man who came to see, and the name of the man was Perkins Lee. From Alberta west to the valley came, and set to work with a steady aim. Blow, my steady hands, blow. He had not been long within these halls when he answered every call. The county knew before too long he'd keep things moving right and strong. Soon may old Lee Perkins go back where the eastern salt winds blow. One day when the work is done, he'll take his leave and go. He worked the roads that few will see, the kind done right so quietly. No need for noise, no need for praise, just steady work through all his days. When projects stalled or timelines strained, Lee stayed calm, the course maintained. He'd lean in close and simply say, we'll get there yet, just give it a day. Soon ride the land, mapping trails with careful hand, across the county route by route, leaving his quiet mark throughout. At home with Debbie dog nearby, and thoughts that turn to eastern sky. The call of home grew strong once more to Newfoundland's familiar shore. Soon may old Lee Perkins go back where the eastern salt winds blow. One day when the work is done, he'll take his leave and go. Across the public works worldwide, he earned respect without the pride. And though he's worked in many a place, he says this one held special place. Of everywhere along the way, he told us more than once, we'll say. This county here stood above the rest, the place he said he liked the best. Soon may old Lee Perkins go back where the eastern salt winds blow. One day when the work is done, he'll take his leave and go. Oh, the road runs east, the time has come. The work is done, the journey's won. But if those roads back home get rough, we know who to call.
So a couple more things before I turn over the chair. Go ahead. So as is tradition, well, two things. Oh my gosh. For those that don't know, there's actually a Directors Hall of Fame, right? So your picture by the end of next week will be added to the Directors Hall of Fame down in Public Works, so those folks will never be able to forget you. And thanks to your wonderful sign shop, you and Debbie can now live on Renfrew County Road 2026, Perkins Lane. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. It's an honor, and it's a bit bittersweet to be here in front of everybody to recognize the retirement of a person that we know so well, and who's made a lasting impact on Renfrew County. We're here today to recognize the retirement of Lee Perkins, the Director of Public Works, and for many of us, the unofficial translator of things like why the project costs so much, why it's taking so long, and why we absolutely can't fix it with a shovel and good intentions. Now, in Public Works, success is measured in things that most people never stop to think about. Roads that are smooth, bridges that are safe, systems that just work. And if everything is running as it should, chances are nobody even notices. But this is exactly to the point, and it is exactly where Lee excels. Because behind every kilometer of well-maintained road and every project delivered, every storm managed, and every challenge quietly handled, there has been a steady leadership, sound judgment, and getting the job done right, and that's Lee. Over the years, Lee has helped guide this county through growth, change, and no shortage of challenges, Ontario winters included. And to be honest, if experience in public works could be measured in snowfall alone, Lee would certainly qualify as a heavyweight in that category. Beyond the projects and responsibility, what really stands out is in the way Lee carried out his role with professionalism, with integrity, and with a calm, steady approach that people became to rely upon. Lee's been the kind of leader who doesn't seek the spotlight, but absolutely earns the respect of all those around him, staff, colleagues, and members of council alike. The kind of person who makes things better by simply being consistent, dependable, and thoughtful in how he gets work done, how he gets the work done. And that's the legacy that doesn't show up in a report, it doesn't show up in a budget line, it's felt across the entire organization. Now, retirement is a big milestone. It's a chance to step back from the day-to-day demands, trade in deadlines for a bit more freedom, and finally enjoy some of the well-earned time on your own terms. Often years after everything running smoothly, some people need to take some time to adjust. Sometimes it takes weeks, months, very long time. I suspect that the adjustment for Lee will be about 2 hours. And Debbie, fair warning, if something breaks at home, you're not getting it fixed quickly. You're getting a feasibility study. You're getting a phased approach, a completion date somewhere in Q3 of an unexpected year. So on behalf of the residents of Renfrew County, I want to say thank you, Lee. Thank you for your years of service. Thank you for your leadership. And thank you for the lasting contribution you've made to this county. Congratulations, Lee, and I hope you enjoy your well-earned retirement.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I will turn this over to Mr. Perkins.
Okay. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to take a moment because I wasn't sure if it was going to be morning or afternoon. So just take a moment to express my sincere gratitude as I stepped into retirement. So over the years, I've been fortunate to learn from some incredible mentors, people who guided me, challenged me, and helped me shape both my career and my perspective. And to all of you, I thank. And the influence has meant more than I can ever express. So some of the people are sitting in the room here today, so thank you very much. I'd also like to recognize my wife, Debbie. 21 years ago, she joined me on what became quite an adventure. We moved from Newfoundland across the country to Alberta and eventually here to Eastern Ontario. Also, I could pursue my career goals. Along the way, she made many sacrifices in her own career. And I've never forgotten that. Her support, patience, and belief in me made this journey possible. So, Public Works has given me so many opportunities. I can't go into it all. I could never imagine, and sometimes it is unexpected moments that stay with me the most. So, back to one of my stories. So I remember being one early morning during a snowstorm response, watching the crews head out before the sunrise. All the guys were doing their thing. Sorry, no ladies involved, but all the gentlemen were doing their thing. They're quiet, they're focused, and they're ready to get the job done. It stuck with me that this work isn't always visible, as the chair said, but it's always essential. That moment really stayed with me, and it's something I've carried throughout my career. And more than any other, it's been the people who made it special. I've had the privilege of meeting so many dedicated and passionate individuals along the way, colleagues, partners, and community members, each one leaving a lasting impression. Serving local government has been truly an honor. I've never worked in the real world, so you know. I've always worked for local government. It is work that matters. I've always been proud to be part of something that directly impacts the quality of life of our communities every day. I also want to extend my thanks to the senior leadership group and my chair for their support and wisdom, particularly through the guidance of our CAO, Craig Kelly. Your leadership and collaboration have been instrumental, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to work alongside you. I've always worked with their either CAs or MBAs or PNGs, and what Craig brings to the table is amazing. and what he gets out of us is amazing, because you don't want to disappoint him. So I'm so happy to thank you for it. It was challenging. It was challenging, but thank you. And I have to say, the past 7 years have been the best of my career. Being part of this team, this group here that's in the room with us today, such talented group of people and supportive people, and been a real privilege. And I couldn't ask for a better group to finish the journey with. So thank you all very much. Thanks for coming down. So thank you all for the support, the camaraderie, and the memories. I will carry them with me always. Thank you very much.
Okay, I guess I'll open it up if anybody would like to say a word. Member from Admaston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On the slideshow, I note, Craig, you missed Nocturnal Lee. For those of you who don't know, Lee saved the Corporation of the County of Renfrew money at every municipal conference because we didn't have to get him a room because he didn't sleep. He can't sleep in hotel beds. So he would wander about the city throughout the night, not sure how he had the wherewithal to continue through the day, but as a cost-saving measure, that was outstanding. I also have a deep appreciation when, when we had our Public Works superintendent badly injured some time ago. Lee provided a steady hand, a guiding hand. I do actually remember one of the conversations, though, that was quite fascinating when Lee said, "No, I'm getting along quite fine, but I'm having a really hard time grasping what everybody is saying, this crazy accent that you have here in the Ottawa Valley." The final comment that stood out to me, and Councillor Murphy, you probably will recall that in the hot wash debrief in the 2019 flooding, what were then the Pine boardrooms, there was a full house there, quite a number of Canadian Forces personnel and others. And Mr. Perkins, as we were going around the room, I think his one and only comment was he pointed his finger at then Warden Murphy and at myself, and he said, "Those two shouldn't be in here." And I thought, I'm going to get along very well with this guy. This is my kind of guy. It was only after the fact that I took a great deal of pride because it put Councillor Murphy and I in the same category as a former Premier of Alberta for having been expelled from an emergency operations centre. So it is rarefied air indeed to have known Mr. Perkins.
Thank you for that. Member from Bonisher Valley.
I totally forgot that story. Thank you for telling that. I would urge, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Anne and Andrea and Dean, if you ever get an opportunity to spend 10 hours in a vehicle with Lee, just say yes. Just do it. We laughed from my door to Toronto, and we laughed from Toronto to my door. It was the most fun I think I've ever had on a drive. And Lee, your parking of that van, even though you almost beheaded Dean, great job. There are two stories I want to tell, but I don't think they're fit for these chambers. But suffice it to say, Lee had quite the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Member
Thanks for everything, Lee.
Member from Renfrew.
Thank you very much. Like Craig, I sometimes benefited from Lee dropping into my office in the morning. I would hear him leave Craig's office. He would bolt into Gwen's office, and then he would stop in mine. Usually it talked about something to do with the King and 17 municipalities. I never could quite get it all. And a number of other topics. And I want to say thank you, Lee, for your flexibility, because I recall during the Ontario Winter Games all of the things that you just basically threw open to your staff and said, this is going to work. You took your leadership from Paul and Craig at the time, and Warden Robinson, and there's just nothing you could ask. I remember sitting in a truck in a snowstorm. Well, this is where I think the parking should go, and out they came. They plowed, put some lights in, and so thank you for that. Most people have said, this isn't in my job description. I'm out of here. So thank you for that. And I have to comment on the pride that you feel for your kids, your department. Like the pride of talking about Taylor, and the pride of all the people in my staff. They design great roads. They do this, they do that. So I don't know that they know that. The support and the amount of support you gave them. You also made them probably the best dressed department in the corporation. I have never seen so many different colors for County of Renfrew shirts, which I never got, but they're always nice. I got gray ones, and I can't understand why there's red and blue in the rainbow. I didn't know there was a rainbow for a while, but thank you for that. And seriously, I want to compliment you for your sense of honor. When Donald Trump stuck it in our back, the knife, you said, I cannot belong to this group because it travels in the U.S. and it represents U.S. interests. That, to me, above anything else, was the most significant thing that you did. You showed us that principles matter, and I definitely appreciated it at the time, and in retrospect, I think it was even better than you realize. So thank you for that, and I think, it probably embarrassed you to uncover something about yourself, but it was good. So thank you, Lee.
Thank you. Member from Laurentian Hills.
I've only known you for 3.5 years, Lee, but I have to say that the trip to Queen's Park and back was truly delightful, and I thank you. I couldn't forget that word. Absolutely.
Member from McNabb. Oh, sorry.
And I also echo what Councillor Emo said, that you're always giving praise to your staff, and truly I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Member from McNabb Braeside.
Lee, I'm one of the newer kids at the table, and when I got catapulted into this seat, I did not run for mayor. I ended up here. The first day I came in, I was scared. This is an intimidating room. Lee walked over to me, and I don't know if you can smell a newfie a mile off or what it was, but Lee walked over to me, and he said, I'm Lee, and he gave me a hug. HR, relax. It was well received if you're in the room. It just broke the ice for me, and it made me feel I was in the right place and I belonged. Lee, you have weathered so many rookie questions for me, and you have been so helpful, informative, and kind. So to you, my dear, it's time to go where the tea is strong and the winds are stronger. Everyone's your cousin, and you're some good boy. Safe journeys ahead. I'll miss you.
New profession, white collar.
Okay, so I think we're good. I'm at this point, I'd like to turn this back over to Mr. Kelly for a minute.
Parting thoughts in June. So again, thanks, Lee. But it is my absolute pleasure as Lee finishes up the last. How many more hours do you have? Because he's been counting them for the last few weeks.
Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
It is definitely my pleasure to welcome Taylor Hanrath as the new Director of Public Works and Engineering.
Thank you for that. Okay, any other new business, other business? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by the member from Admiston Bromley. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Our next meeting, I think it's in August. August, sometime.
Welcome, everybody, and I'd like to declare this meeting of Development and Property to order at 2:17 this afternoon. Ms. Van Starkenberg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, then I have a recommendation that the minutes of May 27th, 2026 be approved. Moved by member from Laurentian Hills, seconded by member from Laurentian Valley. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. And I would also have a recommendation that the closed minutes of May 27th, 2026 be approved. Moved by Boncher Valley, seconded by Township of Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We have no delegations today, so we will move on to communications. Just give me a second. So the first letter of communications is from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And again, it's in regards to protecting Ontario's Streets and Communities Act. And the second item on communications is the year on Cell Gap Project monthly update. And then item 3 is the Renfrew County MLS residential market activity. Are there any comments on any one of those? Member from Boncher Valley.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to comment on B. Just in case anybody's going to be looking at the end of June summary, you probably won't be seeing much of a change. During the FIFA World Cup, there's an embargo on turning towers on. So we just found that out, so it's stalled a bit of the construction. The answer I got to the why is that they are worried that if something went wrong with the tower and the towers speak to each other, that they could potentially lose the network or portions of the network.
Interesting.
It was news to the board. I'll tell you, it was news to staff, but it was news to the board on Monday. So. We'll go with that.
Any other comments on communications? I see none, so then I have a recommendation that the communications be received as information. Moved by member from Petawawa, seconded by member from Greater Madawaska. All in favor? And that is carried. And we will move to consent reports. And item number 1 is the acquisition of the former Canadian National lands in Laurentian Valley and Whitewater Region. Item number 2 is real estate capital projects. Number 3 is the broader public sector energy report. Number 4 is the planning activities from January to June. Number 5 is the land division committee update. 6 is forestry communication updates. 7 is industrial park land transfer application. 8 is the medical learners visit with the city of Pembroke and Renfrew County. 9 is community leadership exchange. 10 is the CANSEC 2026. 11 is the Ontario East Economic Development Commission quarterly meeting. 12 is the meeting of the needs of Canada's defense, nuclear, and critical minerals sectors. 13 is Succession Ontario. 14 is Summer Company. 15 is Community Outreach Workshops and Events. 16 is Summer Tourism Marketing Campaign. And that's them all. So going back to item number 1, any questions, comments? I just wanted to ask Mayor Nicholson if he had any comments and maybe any update on With this transfer to the county, are we any further ahead with communicating with our partners in the Pontiac region for trail connection on the opposite side of the river?
Thanks, Chair. No, in short, we're not any further ahead. When Councillor Emon was warden, both he and the CAO were trying to facilitate encouraging Pontiac to, the warden in Pontiac to meet and discuss the use of that bridge for ATV access. We were unsuccessful in securing that, even though there's been a re-election. And I'm hopeful now that this is now formally a county asset. Hopefully the county staff will be able to open doors that we could not open before as a township.
So what you're saying is a great job for our new operations director. Oh, he's not here. Item number 2 is real estate capital projects. Comments? The broader public sector energy report. Planning activities, January to June. Land Division Committee updates. Yes, Admiston Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, a question to Mr. Davis or staff. So in this, will the restoration that is going to be required here, is that going to restore it to what would otherwise have been? Because I don't know the details of this, but it is somewhat unsettling if within the draft of this there was a requirement to protect these lands and the lands were not protected. And I think it's important that in the reestablishment of these, that it must ensure that there would not have been a financial advantage in having, without knowing for certain, they certainly cut an area that they were not supposed to. So I want to just ensure that in this there is no financial gain might have been made, that the proponent is now moving forward with this.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair. So I'm not sure about the financial gain aspect of this. The settlement, which was received and approved by our manager of planning services, was to restore the original 5.5 hectares of land that was accidentally removed of the work and to be approved by the County of Renfrew. So I have some degree of confidence that this will happen in due course, to have the restoration as approved by our county.
Okay, and if I may follow up. So it was accepted that this was an inadvertent, not a willful. Okay. Probably by microphone.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So as part of the planning report at the Land Division Committee, that's what staff in writing had said, that it was perceived as accidental miscommunication.
Of 5 hectare, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member from Whitewater?
Thanks, Chair. Just a question for staff. If in this situation, and understanding that it may have been a miscommunication or whatever the details might have been, would have Bill 119 been able to apply in this specific case? Bill 19 is the one we received in communication. It talks to administrative monetary penalties for zoning bylaw contraventions.
Mr. Davis.
Sorry, and through you and through the comment by our CAO, I don't believe that's in place yet, and we didn't look at that, so we can't look at that kind of valuation. So at this time, we can't.
Supplementary?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I wasn't specific about this example, but I wanted to make sure I was understanding Bill 119 correctly, but suffice, I'll let staff take a look at it. We can always come back to it later. Thank you.
Member from Admiston Brumley.
Just on that point, and I would seek confirmation, but I I'm not of an opinion that this was in contravention of the zoning bylaw, but it was in contravention of a condition of approval of a subdivision. So even in the event that that administrative penalty might have been available, it seems that we are talking about a distinct issue, but I'd seek confirmation from Mr. Davis.
That is true, sorry, and through you, Chair. So that's part of the condition was, the final conditions to be waived was the review of this, and that's where it kind of popped up.
Thank you. Any further questions on number 5? Number 6 is the forestry communications updates. 7 is industrial park land transfer application. 8 is the medical learners visit with the City of Pembroke and Renfrew County. Councillor from Whitewater? Oh, no. Oh, I thought I saw your finger up. Item number 9 is the Community Leadership Exchange. Number 10 is CanSec 2026. Number 11 is the Ontario East Economic Development Commission quarterly meeting. Twelve is meeting the needs of Canada's defence, nuclear, and critical minerals sectors. Councillor from Whitewater.
It was all 4 fingers that time, Chair. Just to recognize number 12, and it does correspond a little bit with number 10, CanSec 2026. And I want to appreciate the effort that staff is making within the DMP department to ensure that we have presence at the table in the discussion of this type of economic development. This is pretty significant, strategic economic development. I recognize that we have established a forestry industry committee, and I don't know what the title is, but it's a committee that works in the forest industry because of the importance of that industry to our region and to be able to advise council on critical issues with forestry. And I would make the argument that from a defense, nuclear, and critical minerals perspective, it has the same, if not greater, importance for this council. And I would ask if staff would consider, or you as chair would consider the approach of creating a similar subcommittee, task force, working group, whatever the name might be, to bring members of these industries together to make sure that we can get recommendations and focus in on this type of industrial development as a priority for our county.
Thank you. I do appreciate and I tend to agree with you that that would be a great initiative, but I'll turn to staff for their feedback.
Again, thank you, Chair. Points well raised about a committee structure for especially the defense and security programs that we're facing. Economic development staff through Melissa Marquardt and David Wybu are spending more and more energy in this field, as you see in the report and beyond this report. What we're looking at, though, with our, I'll call it limited staff at this time, we're pushing and stretching the existing staff complement to do different things. This will be another committee, if that's the wish of this council and the wish of the warden, to set up another committee. Be aware, though, that would probably have a risk of additional staff requirements to do this, and the other things you see in this report and beyond. But by all means, I think this is the importance of this sector is there. I think there's a good opportunity, Chair, to move this along to the next step as a committee.
Supplementary, or are you good?
How do you want to approach that, Chair? Do you want a resolution? Do you want a motion? Or are you fine just with this discussion to take a next step?
Mr. Davis.
Chair, if I may, how about if there's a possibility of staff reaching out to the to this industry and these industries to see if there's a want and a need and a desire to have a committee to help if they want a voice at this level and this committee, and bring back a report to this committee for recommendation.
Councillor from Edmonton Brumley.
So, I'm certainly in favor of what Councillor Nicholson has kind of put in front of council committee. I think it would almost be larger. This would be a component of like the actual engagement on development of an industrial strategy for the county of Renfrew. Because as Councillor Nicholson, probably of the people sitting out here in the Horseshoe, seems to be the most knowledgeable, whether it is defense industries or any other industry, we are so incredibly constrained by energy here in the county of Renfrew that even if there was a proponent prepared to come, I don't know if we would have the energy for them. Maybe we could go back to the biomass and see if we could have private generation and have them co-locate or something like that. So there are incredible constraints where this, and perhaps this does need its own. But as everyone in the room is aware, we have gone from sub 2% of GDP towards defense and our commitment to NATO to now 5%. It is a very broad number of bullet points that are eligible for consideration as part of our 5%. In fact, the Ontario Corps, that we've all seen those commercials where they're running in back in reverse, that is now part of our 5% contribution that we would have a civil defense force. So I think that there is going to be a muscular engagement, even in acquisition and procurement. And I think it is a very safe bet to say that if we're going to dramatically increase our expenditures on procurement, we will be very much inclined towards domestic spending. And I think that that's very likely, if not certain. I'm like 99% of the way there. They're going to locate here. They're going to be somewhere. And right now, I don't think we could host them. So, certainly at its the most extreme, I think as the next 4-year strategic plan for the county of Renfrew is going to be developed, I'm assuming January, February of next year, I think this would be a critical component, but I would certainly be more than happy to engage on this. If Councillor Nicholson wished to make a motion to that effect, I'd be more than happy to second.
Is that something you'd like to move, Councillor Nicholson, or would you prefer to wait until staff brings back a report, maybe with a little more information?
At this point in time, could we change that or increase the scope of that staff report to talk about an industrial strategy? The committee being one component of, but I think Councillor Donohue's point about specifically having a strategy with respect to the levers needed by this kind of economic development, I think we need to include that. Does that work for you, Councillor Donohue?
Absolutely.
Mr. Davis, you're okay with that action?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you. So we can look at that as part of the overall scope of reaching out to this industry.
Councillor from Renfrew.
Yes, thank you, and I agree that I think it's likely to broaden into an RFP for a development of an industrial strategy going forward, whether it's for 5 years or 10 years or 25. Power is one of the components. I would suggest to you access to highways. Is our broadband a strength, or does it still have to be strengthened? Do we have, because I can recall back in 2010 or 11 or 12, whatever it was, we did the first broadband project and thought we had the world on fire. We had enough capacity to last an extra 20 years. Well, we had barely enough capacity to last 4 years, and then we had to upgrade the system. So broadband power is access to highways and transportation, and also water and capacity across the county as well, wastewater. So I think it's a big question, and I think it's worth spending money on it, and so that might be part of your report back to us, Mr. Davis, because recognizing I think we left something in the budget, the special projects thing for the CAO to have, but I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Any other comments? Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. And I just want to continue to stress the importance of this because the discussion is going exactly the way I would hope it would. When we think of water, wastewater as the example, you know, when you think of a Petawawa or a Pembroke or a Renfrew or an Armprior, they have master servicing plans. And you know, the question that we want to attract these big businesses that are going to consume water and generate wastewater, how much capacity do they have? What's the cost going to be incurred for that? It's going to constrain who we can attract and where they'll go. And unfortunately, we don't control all the levers like power, like the highway, like water and wastewater, but somebody needs to be looking outside the geographical boundaries of each individual municipality. And I believe we have a role in that. So thanks, Chair.
Councillor from Renfrew.
My apologies, and I forgot to add education and workforce development. I think that's part of, again, as part of the industrial strategy. If we're going to have 12 different companies move in here to build modular homes, then we're going to need electricians, plumbers, and carpenters. If they're coming in to build airframes from magnesium, that's an entirely different skill set. So I think those are the kinds of things also that has to drill down in, because to build that workforce is going to take some lead time, and we don't have lead time in terms of if we want somebody in the next 4 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Great discussion. Any other comments? So I'll move to item 13, Succession Ontario. 14 is Summer Company 2026. Great to see the variety of different businesses and knowing that the spots are all filled. Item 15 is the community outreach, workshops and events. More of an information item. 16 is summer tourism marketing campaigns. See, Petawawa is collaborating to be part of the Explore magazine. Are you going to be on the front cover?
Thanks, Chair, and through you. That would not help magazine sales. I'd just like to thank the OVTA and Renfrew County staff and everybody who's working with the town of Petawawa in terms of putting that MAT tax funding into work. It is making a difference in terms of social media presence and social media hits. All of these different activities that they're doing has made a difference. So in terms of anybody thinking about implementing a MAT tax and how those funds get used, it's all been positive for sure.
Thank you for that. Any other comments on any one of the consent reports? Oh, Town of Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to highlight, and thank staff. I know items 1 and 7 have been 2 projects that have been added to the plate. The creation of the examination of industrial park, the increasing of the trail system, and I just wanted to publicly thank all the work that went into behind the scenes, accomplishing this, acknowledging that it's outside of the normal realm of what DMP does. I think it's a great investment in our county. Thanks.
Thank you. So seeing no other comments on the consent reports, then I have a recommendation that the consent reports be received as information. Moved by Councillor from Admiston Brumley, seconded by Councillor from Armprior. Any further comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And now we will move to discussion reports. And item number 1, resolutions. Mr. Davis, please.
Thank you again on page 37 of your report if you have a hard copy. Talking about the City of Pembroke proposed sewage lift station expansion location within the former rail bed, the Algonquin Trail, and the recommendation that staff be directed to continue discussions and negotiations with the City of Pembroke regarding the requirements, terms, and conditions associated with the proposed location, and bring back a final agreement to the Development and Property Committee and County Council for consideration and approval.
Thank you. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor from Adamson Brumley, second by Councillor from Laurentian Hills. Background, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair. So in the package you have here is a request from the City of Pembroke, an email request to meet with staff to talk about a possible location for a lift station on the Algonquin Trail, downtown Pembroke, beside the old rail station. This request has been reviewed by our Public Works, our Lee Perkins and Taylor Hanrath. They have no concerns at this time. It does take a little piece of the Algonquin Trail section for this use, and it's just in front of you for consideration. As the background you see in the email is to help with future housing development or any development in that area. It all came about when we talked to them about a possible 24-unit complex on the old train station property, Algonquin Trail, and looking at their capacity. And at the time, they said they don't have capacity because of the lift station. So now they're talking about increasing the lift station to help alleviate or help increase capacity for future development in the overall area of the downtown. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Boncher Valley.
So they do indicate on the map that they sent us that, potential County of Renfrew expansion of housing and the other lot as well. Let's pretend that we never, ever, ever intend to develop those lots. Does Pembroke need that lift station for their own purposes?
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. It's an interesting question. It's for the greater good. We don't know what's going to happen and how far downstream this lift station will benefit. So we could look at it in a very specific area of the train station, but this lift station could benefit further down. It may even benefit a Miramichi Lodge development, or may impact a further development that we are not aware of that the county does own. So I can't quite directly answer your question to say it's straight the benefit of the City of Pembroke.
Any other councillor from Renfrew?
So, interesting proposal. Just a couple of questions. This lift station, is it one that they're hoping we will pay a portion for because they are hoping that we will build down there? That's one question for me. That's not in there, but I think that would be very early for them to put that in communication, recognize it likely would shut down the conversation. The other one is, would the capacity in that lift station be such that they would be able to add, you'd be able to add on some units, or is it only for their own use projection that they're looking at? So I'm at, let's have more conversation, but the reality is we don't pay for expanding their system. The second reality is there better be more than like 4% or 5% extra capacity, because I'd be worried that it's a bit of a shell game to have the County of Renfrew, should we decide in 10 years to do this, we'd have to come back and add capacity to that lift station. So cautiously, yes, we should have a conversation, but I think there are some guardrails. Guardrails doesn't cost us anything. Second guardrail is there's enough capacity for us to do something, and it's reserved for us in the future.
Yeah, certainly some information that would be definitely needed. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair. So at no time did they ever discuss the cost sharing. So it's the intention, and what I receive from that information is we will not be cost sharing with the City of Pembroke for this proposal on our lands to move forward. And for again, I just want to make sure it's for future development for the greater good of the County of Renfrew as a jurisdiction.
Councillor from Whitewater.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of allowing the use of, or negotiating the use of county property to support this, I'm absolutely 100% on board. The question I just had was about the lands that are highlighted as blue, is that correct? Yeah. Blue. Are they zoned already for development? Is that, I'm just curious about their potential alternative uses. Yeah, CAO knows what I'm thinking already. Okay.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, through you. We're kind of chuckling, and I apologize. We're just kind of talking back and forth about the future use of the different lands down in the city of Pembroke. And so right now we don't know clear answers of what's going to be developed beyond what we own. We can inquire about that, Councillor, to see if we need more information. So So the reason why we're caucusing, because you may recall, some of you may recall that when we purchased the land from CP, we entered into a partnership agreement with Lanark County and Papineau Cameron, and part of that partnership agreement way back in 2016 states that we have to discuss and review any sale that could encumber the Algonquin Trail with our partners. And the City of Pembroke knows about this. We talked about this with the City of Pembroke, and they know the timelines, how that could take place. But that's just one of those dangles that we have as part of these Algonquin Trail lands as we move forward to divest or lease or whatever we may do with these lands.
Council from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. We're talking about lift stations, and this one's, it says on the map there, it's 20 meters by 20 meters. For the layman, the lift station, what does it do, and what size of, with this 20 by 20 meter construction, what would there be any environmental concerns with it being there?
Through you, Chair, that'll be part of the negotiations, the discussion of what the final design will be. So what we can do is if we bring back a further report to this committee for consideration, we'll have all the designs, and well, not all the designs, but the conceptual designs, what the impact will be, and there will be no impact to any environmental issues on our land. So we'll ensure that happens, and that's part of the agreement as we move forward with this negotiations.
Any other? Yes, Councillor from McNabb-Braeside.
Just following up on Councillor Weir's question, what does a lift station do? What is its job?
Mr. Davis.
It moves flow of liquids from a low spot to a high spot to the station. Wastewater. So it just helps push, yeah. So.
Are there any other comments on that item? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Item number 2, moving to bylaws, the Town of Renfrew Shared Service Agreement. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Item number 2, the recommendation that the Development and Property Committee recommend that County Council adopt a bylaw to enter into a shared services agreement for the economic development and tourism services with the Town of Renfrew.
Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Councillor from BV, seconded by Councillor from McNabb-Braeside. In background, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, thank you again, Chair. So this was a request from the Town of Renfrew staff where they have some young staff, or I shouldn't say young staff, but newer staff in the fields of tourism and economic development. And they reached out to us through our CAO and through myself to talk about what we can do to provide supports for them. Initial discussions with the Town of Renfrew staff, in reality, is we could do this, we don't need to have a shared services agreement. This is part of our natural things we do with economic development. We always support economic development staff between municipalities in the County of Renfrew. We always support tourism organizations within the County of Renfrew. The Town of Renfrew just really wished to have this shared services agreement to really spell out what we could do and can't do. And that's what you have in front of you. You have about 20 hours a month supports for their staff. Again, it's very loose, not in the sense of legalities, but it's very flexible on both ends. I think this is a good opportunity to show what we can do with our staff. However, if I may, Chair, back to my earlier comment in the earlier part of the committee is this will stretch staff more. And so what happens now is, yes, we'll dedicate a little more time for the town of Renfrew when and where necessary. Again, we're taking a lot and putting a lot on staff. A good comment by Mayor Nicholson, or Councillor Nicholson, when we talked about new initiatives like the CN line and purchasing of a 90 lot or possible purchase of a 90 acre Class 3 industrial land. It's adding additional workloads to our base workload. So keep that in mind. We're reviewing this staff, myself, CAO Craig Kelly. We're looking at our 2027 budget, and when we go into that 2027 budget year, to see about staffing complements. We really have to look at this as we move forward, as we bring these new initiatives online. The MAT tax is a good example from Councillor Service, where yes, it's a good idea, it works. When we talked about the MAT implementation, way back when in the early budget creation of 2026, we said that we'd look at this and what that would mean to staff to implement the MAT for the city of Pembroke and for the town of Petawawa. And we're seeing its additional workloads for sure. And so that's why you'll see in a budget creation, hopefully through CAO and their treasurer, a different staffing complement and an increased staff complement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Greater Madawaska and then Town of Renfrew.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Mr. Davis, you just took the words right out of my mouth. Just back on the consents, when we were at Section 12, Councilor Nicholson asked for something, and you said, we don't have enough staff to do that right now. And that was my concern when I saw this with, this contract is 20 hours a month. Doesn't sound like much, but I know our staff is stretched very thin now with, we have people on, I believe, maternity leave as well. So I think we're stretched pretty thin right now, and we, as you're saying, managing the MAT tax for Pembroke and Petawawa also. We didn't increase staff capacity as of yet, but if we're going to be doing these service agreements like this, I can see that we're going to need more staff. And it just concerns me at this time entering into an agreement with the town when we don't have enough staff to fulfill it.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So very good comments, and this was discussed and reviewed with our economic development staff through the manager of economic development, Melissa Marquardt. We talked about the capacity to do this, and at this time, like with the MAT tax, at this time, the support to the town of Renfrew, we think we can do this, and that's why the flexibility in the actual agreement is up to. And then we'll be very blunt and very direct if things go beyond and beyond the capacity and the workloads of both staff on our end and on the town of Renfrew's end.
Thank you. Councillor from Town of Renfrew.
Yes, thank you. This has been something that I've worked on for a little while, because I really think we should not be replicating services between the two levels of government when if there's a means of going forward to share a service, and I fully understand what my friend from Greater Madawaska is saying. I would hope it morphs into something more permanent, with expectations of revenue coming to the county. I have no difficulty with that. If you recall, some of you in these chambers, that was the thrust of my presentation to council of the day with regards to HR services. And it was one of the first HR service agreements where the town of Renfrew proposed how much money they're going to contribute annually. And I think we've met those targets and maybe even a couple of years exceeded them. I'm not sure. But I think, keep in mind that's what I hope this model grows to, is an actual exchange of services and revenue. And that's why I suggested to the town that we need an MOU. You can't start a partnership on, I can help you out. Because if you have I can help you out, then there's expectations that somebody might have of what that means. There might be two separate sets of expectations, and then it flounders. So anything going forward, I think, should have an MOU that everybody can then measure the results against. So that's why there's an MOU, is to make sure that both partners fully understand what's expected. You're able to evaluate it and then continue the relationship. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
And thank you very much. And the town of Renfrew is very clear that they're willing to pay for these services, but at this time, because it's a new shared services agreement, we decided that now that not to have a cost methodology built into this. You might see it in the report or a previous report. It's just one of those things where let's see where this takes. And it could be a quick turnaround where in the sense of we're training, we're mentoring these staff members at the town of Renfrew, and they can just turn around and say, well, thank you very much, we're on our own now. So this could really happen that way. So we're very hopeful. If need be, we can always open this up again and bring back to this committee for consideration.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Councillor from Admaston Brumley.
Thank you very much. I think that some of the difficulty in these sorts of things also is to know what the FTEs are and how they would compare. So 20 hours is, I think it's about 151 hours on the 1820. That's what it works out to a month. So this is, what, about 20% of that, thereabouts. I don't know what capacity we have. One of the things that's intriguing to me as I was reading this report is that this might be the template through which our municipality might also be able to achieve the economic development component, because we have some agreements now. Very happy actually to be doing some work with Mayor Brose and I believe with Mayor Proctor actually in her community. Ultimately though, I think there's a value add here as well in that if this work is being done on behalf of lower tiers where appropriate, that it would happen out of the same office where the broader county work is being done. There is an enormous synergy then, right? That I think you can build upon both of those things, that they are not working or they're avoiding working at cross purposes. I think there is a substantial value for that, and I think that this might be the template through which you may see other municipalities, particularly the smaller ones, such as Admaston Brumley, being able to check a box that has not had a robust engagement in our community heretofore.
Well said, and I would agree, yes. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now I have a recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, seconded by Councillor from Laurentian Hills. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. There are no deferred reports at this time, no verbal reports, but we do have a closed session, and I have a recommendation that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Development and Property Committee move into a closed session for the following reason. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board in regards to Cecilia Street housing and Miramichi Lodge green space. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, seconded by Councillor from McNabb Braeside. All in favor? That is carried. We will move into closed at 3 p.m. Thank you, Tina, and welcome back. Those who have been joining us online. Council discussed and provided direction from the committee to staff enclosed. Do we have any new or other business? Seeing none, then I have a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, August 26, 2026. Mover and a seconder, moved by Laurentian Hills, seconded by McNabb Brayside. All in favor? We are adjourned, and it's 3:40.
Corporate Services, 345, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm calling this meeting to order of the Special Corporate Services Committee meeting. It's Wednesday, June the 24th at 3:49. And Madam Clerk, have we conducted roll call, please? I'm sorry, Evelyn, have we conducted roll call?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have.
Thank you.
We have.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move to discussion reports. And Mr. Burke, please.
No, he threw the buck at me. Sorry, Chair. Thank you. I'll take that. Yeah. Sorry, Chair. Before I get into the recommendation, I realize that's our tradition, but I just wanted to thank you for allowing us to have a meeting of corporate services, because we are entering, again, as has been mentioned a few times over the last little while, we're entering a series of the next few months becomes this, a time of transition, perhaps, of this council, and managing lame duck time periods and moving forward with giving direction to staff to move forward on certain things. We thought, the treasurer and I had a chat about moving the discussion forward to know where your frame of mind is moving into this next season, and what your thoughts are of what you push to the next council. So with that, Chair, and it's a long one, and I apologize for that, but it is the recommendation before you is that the Corporate Services Committee recommends that County Council endorse a transition-based approach to the 2027 capital budget, operating budget, and strategic planning, and direct staff to 1. Prepare and present a 2027 asset management plan update and long-term financial plan update based on previously provided direction to the current council. 2. Propose capital pre-budget approvals that could be delegated to the Chief Administrative Officer in consultation with the Treasurer to advance pre-budget capital activities for 2027 projects identified within the approved asset management plan and long-term financial plan for the purpose of maintaining continuity of operations and project delivery through the end of the current term and into the next budget cycle. This authority will be limited to the projects that are legislated or mandatory, previously approved or underway, including multi-year commitments required to maintain operational continuity of critical infrastructure or necessary to advance design, engineering, procurement, or other preparatory work. Item number 3, provide a detailed orientation to the new council in December after the inaugural session. 4, provide a detailed budget workshop for both capital and operating budgets in January 2027. 5, provide strategic planning activities to facilitate the creation of a new or revised 4-year strategic plan over the February to May 2027 period. And finally, 6, revise the asset management plan and long-term financial plan to incorporate adjustments or changes in priorities aligned with Council's strategic direction.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a mover, please? Moved by the warden, seconded by member from Madawaska Valley. And now discussion, background, please. Background, then discussion.
Yeah, no, thank you again, Chair. So again, normally we would, around August, September, October time period, bring forward a timeline of discussions about moving forward with certain items. The last 2 years have been about pre-approval of large capital projects and advancing them so we can get into the tendering season earlier. Again, we are acutely aware of the election happening in late October. We're, again, just as much acutely aware of the possibilities of lame duck making some more decisions difficult as of October 21st. But we wanted to put this in front of you to have the discussion. We would still like to advance some, at least, design work, or come back to you with a series of recommendations to get some design work moving forward, to advance some of the projects, to get at least in front of the tendering season so we are ready to roll with the approval of the budget in January or early February, whenever the next council gets that together. So that's really what's in front of you. I will throw it to the treasurer should he have anything more to elaborate on, sir.
Mr. Burke? Thank you, Craig. No, I believe that pretty much covered it. As Craig mentioned, this has been our typical, the last 2 years, our method of launching capital jobs ahead of our operating budget. However, this year, if we've got our count right, we will only have one more corporate services meeting at the beginning of August. So you'll note on the proposed budget schedule a couple differences from what was done last council orientation, that our August 26th meeting, the second meeting in August, could possibly be beyond the lame duck period. So anything we had approved at the first meeting in August would not have enough time to cycle through the standard council meeting in August. Similarly, our budget workshop week is, of course, Roma week as well, so we might consider moving that meeting. And then a change in process to move our strategic planning session out of January, where we did it last council, and instead behind the first budget of the new term of council, and spread it out from that February to May period and take a really deep dive and spend some time creating a new strategic plan. So that's the major change points that are in this schedule that we're proposing. Happy to take any direction and see what council feels is best.
Thank you. Discussion, members of council? Sorry, members of committee? Okay, member from Amherst Bromley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if Mr. Kelly or perhaps Mr. Burke, within those first 4 points under item number 2 under the recommendation, I'm kind of struggling to try and grasp what those would be. And the reason I'm asking that is because just in kind of a conversational perspective, Mr. Kelly identified that, these would be some of the larger capital budgets. So when we approved the 2025 pre-approval in October of 2024, it was 36 million of a 56 million. When we approved the 2026 capital in October 2024, it was in its entirety. It wasn't just the large ones, it was all of them. So I'm trying to understand what would be captured within those 4 bullet points of what is mandatory and what are the pressures, et cetera.
Mr. Kelly, please.
Yeah, no, I'll start, and certainly Mr. Burke can fill in. So some examples of those, we are building, or continuing to build, and we have approval, of course, the Whitewater Region Paramedic Base. It's ongoing. We are advancing the Pembroke Paramedic Base, and that's in its very early stages of doing that with site prep, or at least site studies, not even site prep. So we want to be sure that we continue through that. So that would be previously approved or underway. That was approved mostly in principle. We still don't have, we don't have final numbers. We don't have even a concept of, well, we're starting to see a concept of design shortly, but we don't even have a Class F type estimate at this point. But we would look to advance that at least to get still going and not halt the design work on that to move that forward. In terms of, I don't have, unfortunately, and Daniel probably has it in front of you, next year's capital plan as earlier proposed to see what critical is. I don't know what bridges or structures are on that plan. Councillor Donahue, you probably have it in front of you as well, I'm sure, of what's planned. So we would be sure that if there is a bridge at a certain index that needed to advance the design of, or if there's a road that's failing, all these things that we need to advance and not wait for a council who is going to, as you know, the first year of council, all of a sudden you are hit with someone who walks in this room and says, we're advancing $60 million of capital work, please approve it right away. So there's a lot of education that needs to happen, and we would at least say, we'd like to say to you that we would like to get some direction on moving forward, at least of the design with those large projects that are near to, well, the most important ones, if you will. Again, I don't have it in front of me, Daniel, you might be able to point it out, that we get those at least designed so they are shovel ready to go, and we're not waiting till March or April to, in the first term of next council, to launch it and not benefit from the low tendering prices.
In the interest of more information, Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Chair. No, Craig had the most vital ones, is to not hold up the paramedic bases or the renovations in Renfrew for social housing that would be half complete and then theoretically should stop when the council, when the year is over and the budget's done. So and then, of course, we're going to go through the process over the next month of reviewing our 10-year capital plans. So at this point, we're not really sure what we would be asking for. We're going to go down the list and see if there's something we should be, I think would be our ideal. And as opposed to last year where we said all of it, let's start it now. I think we would be doing a case-by-case basis for the current council as to why we want those, and then leave the rest for the new budget. That would be our intention.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So ultimately, with respect to, and I'm certainly cognizant of some pretty significant turnover in this council, going back when everybody took their seats in January of 2023, and I know that there was a lot of references to drinking from a fire hose. When I got here, and Councillor Doncaster got here at the same time, in January of 2015, there were 5 incumbents in the room and 12 new folks. And the then treasurer, Mr. Jim Kutchke, identified, as I sat right where Councillor Nicholson is now, that on the long-term financial plan we were short $13 million, and I questioned my decision to become county councillor at that point. But it's not unheard of. I will be quite frank, and I think perhaps Mr. Burke sensed a disturbance in the force. I laughed out loud in the background when it says the traditional budget cycle. And I don't know if the county developed a budget when it was founded in May of 1861, but presumably every year thereafter. So about 164 budgets, and 2 of them have had pre-approval. So when I measure that, I'm not certain that the 2 years is the traditional cycle. From that, I know that when we discussed this in 2024, when we first went down this road, it was largely driven, at least from my perspective, that's how I weighted it. This is going to give us an advantage of getting largely the large public works projects out the door as developers, the construction companies for roadworks, were assembling their workbooks for the year, their calendars for the year. This would give us somewhat of a competitive advantage being out there early so that they could fill up their books early and then perhaps coast a little bit from there. So I understood that that was the weighting. I'm throughout the process, as we have delegated authority, you can go all the way back, those who were in the room when I first got here, typically we always delegated authority for July, because we took July off. Then there was a year when it was, well, we should have it for July and August. I said, we're back in August. I don't really see any need to delegate it for August. When we had our delegated authority bylaw, might have been the sole vote in opposition of the delegated authority bylaw. I'm zealously and jealously guard our responsibility and obligation, I might say, on capital. And I draw the line at delegating the authority to approve capital, right? What we have done, while I don't agree with it, I understand in principle and I understand how council could have delegated the authority. Look, we've approved the budget. Do you really need to be involved in the process of awarding a contract that is now within budget? This is different. This is pushing it farther upstream. I would have no hesitation whatsoever. There's 2 streets in Councillor Doncaster's community. There's another road in Councillor Mayville's community. No issue whatsoever with going ahead with those and making sure that they carry forward. I don't know when we have carried forward in the past, I don't know if we've actually done it by resolution. They just seem to happen through some kind of natural evolution. With respect to almost anything else, yeah, we've approved the AMP, but that's where we're going further upstream now, and by dint of having approved the AMP, we're now approving the capital items for the year's budget. I don't think that's a particularly onerous task to expect council in January. If in fact 1 in 4 years we do not avail ourselves of the opportunity to be out the door early with the tender documents, I think that's a small cost for us actually shouldering the responsibility of those who send us here. We are to approve, and if in fact we are challenged in something, then the capital is going to be something that we will attach to. in arriving at a proper budget. As we've discussed, I think it was in October of 2024, pre-approval is approval. You just strike out the pre and the hyphen, it's approval of our capital budget. And I recognize that we are in lame duck. I think it's a certainty that we will be in a lame duck situation. But as I've indicated, there were 12 new faces in this room when we approved our first budget in 2015. I don't think that that is a particularly onerous work that would be expected of the new council, and I don't see that there's actually a tension, natural or other, because 10 of the 12 budgets I approved in here, we didn't do that, and none of the budgets that I have approved in Adbast and Brumley, and probably in all of your communities, have you had a tension because you didn't do your capital until you actually were approving your full budgets. So without knowing what those may be, I'm not in support of this, only from that perspective that I think it is a slippery slope towards delegating that level of authority.
Okay, thank you. Do I have other comments? Member from Whitewater?
Thanks, Chair. I had questions on item number 1, and it's just the prepare and present the asset management plan based on previous provided direction to the current council. So that's in August, a presentation in August. And I just wanted to recognize that the asset management plan, especially when it comes with respect to Renfrew County Housing's portfolio, we are seeing trade-offs between operating costs and capital. And I'm wondering if that asset management plan that'll be presented this year for next year will include those types of current and forecasted trade-offs between operating and capital.
Mr. Burke?
Through you, Chair, I would expect yes. So we are going to consider a number of items that aren't are items that we typically hold off to the side and consider as part of our asset management plan. Those are expansion of service levels, and this would be lumped in with that, right? Trading out old units for new, and what does that do when we action those items? So those would be included, but probably on a modified scale, like to the 20 to 40 unit range over the 10-year period.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Recorded vote,
Yes,
please.
sir, I thought you might get there. Recorded vote, please.
Councillor Donahue.
In favor. Sorry.
Too late, sorry.
Late in the day. I am opposed, actually.
I thought this was like euchre. You put the card down, it's played. But anyway, we'll give him a break.
Councillor Emo?
I'm in favor.
Are you sure? Councillor Giardini?
In favor.
Councillor Hodnott?
In favor.
Councillor Lynch?
In favor.
Councillor Mayville?
Opposed.
Warden Murphy?
In favor.
Councillor Nicholson?
In favor.
Councillor Service?
In favor.
Councillor Schulist?
In favor.
Councillor, he's gone too. Councillor Weir?
In favor.
Councillor Brose?
In favor.
And Councillor Doncaster?
Opposed.
The motion carries 10 to 2. Oh, I did.
3.
Didn't hit 10 to 3 enters. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I should note that the member from Laurentian Valley had a council meeting. He informed me that he had to leave at exactly 4:02, so he did. And now I would seek a recommendation that the discussion report be received as presented. A mover, please. Member from North Agona Wilberforce, second by member from McNabb Braeside. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Thank you. And with that, we will move to this meeting adjourned, and the next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, August the 12th, 2026, and we'll be adjourning at 4:10. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Laurentian Hills, seconded by Armpire. And discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? And it is now carried at 4:10. Thank you.